silent grove. Werewolves rise for Gaia's breath, they fiercely rove. Run through silver streams, fight the poison black. Hear the heartbeat of the wild, there's no turning back. Corruption's grip on the land, we tear it asunder with the house of a rage. We guard Gaia's wonder. City lights, a blinding light, concrete spreads like flame. Bodies broken by the grind, souls stripped of their name. Sacred groves, ancient tales, lost in greedy schemes. Werewolves gather, bound by blood, to reclaim their dreams. Run through silver streams, fight the poison black. Hear the heartbeat of the wild, there's no turning back. Corruption's grip on the land, we tear it asunder with the house of a rage. We guard Gaia's wonder. Ancient spirits whispering in the oak and pine, echoes of a world at peace, lost in wounds of time. Murdered lands for gold and steel, sky choked with green. Werewolves rise, the storm of earth, the earth's stormy steed. Moonlight bathing broken lands, tears and shadows fall. Echoes of the lupine call, through the wild they'll crawl. Heart beats fast, sharpened tooth, no safe haven here. For those who broke Gaia's trust, now they know the fear. shadows we gathered, the moon whispered low from the ashes of Gaia where rivers cease to flow. Dark fury rising close, scraping the sky, with teeth bared for battle and fury in our eyes. We run through the wastelands, the earth gone to dust, silent echoes of forebears, in vengeance we trust. The world spawn upon us, our ranks standing thin, but the howl of the galliard will never let them win. Howling winds of doom, we heed the call. Tales of the apocalypse, we stand tall. In the darkest hour we'll make our stand, for the fallen king and the forgotten land. Embers of the forest, the whispers of the dead, with each breath we remember the blood we've shed. Cities that crumble under blackened night, our story in the wind, edged by the fight. Through lifetimes of sorrow, with shadows we blend, Galliard's tale turning in the night we descend. Cursed by their darkness, blessed by our rage, on the edge of destruction we write our own page. To the camp's heart we return, scarred and beat, yet the spirit of warriors will never meet defeat. In the ghost of the world that once was pure, we sing the lore of warriors fierce and sure. Under the moon's pale whisper, claws grip the earth so tight. Silent forests call their name in the dead of the night. Greed pours oil, shadows creep in every silent grove. Werewolves rise for Gaia's breath, they fiercely rove. Run through silver streams, fight the poison black, hear the heartbeat of the wild, there's no turning back. Corruption's grip on the land, we tear it asunder with the howls of a rage. We guard Gaia's wonder. City lights, a blinding light, concrete spreads like flame. Bodies broken by the grind, souls stripped of their name. Sacred groves, ancient tales, lost in greedy schemes. Werewolves gather, bound by a...
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you for the follow, Cummy the Whale. I truly appreciate that. Welcome everyone to
Right there over your face.
Rage over Lake Blackwater.
I think you missaid the name. It's Kume.
Yeah. It's Kume the Whale. Welcome to Rage over Lake Blackwater, Season 7, beginning of Season 2. Normally you would do 12 episodes, but I'd only initially planned on 6. And we overcame that, and we wanted to do more, and we're doing more, and we're adding new people. Sally's on a break for the next 4 weeks, so we won't have Morwin. But we do have, and we will be going to 7 total players when Sally's back. We are now introducing I Am Tinderly, who will be joining us as Tindy Shadowheart. So everybody, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? That's a good question.
No, we definitely cannot hear you.
Wait.
Can the actual thing not
That's
hear
what
you?
we're responding to you.
Hearing.
I just wanted to make sure.
It's always good to check.
Exactly, because you never know how these things go.
We should probably do a quick mic check because it's been 2 weeks. How does the rest of us sound? All of us speak at once.
Yeah, can you send the? Can you hear the idiots in the peanut gallery here?
Meow.
Meow.
I got my new headset.
Just meow meow over and over again.
We are in an ad break for 1:30, so we'll keep going because ads are for the pores. But we will start introductions when we come back from ads. Sorry, retired Lev Bravo.
Oh no, he's subbed. It's fine. It's fine.
He's subbed.
He's not the pores.
Keanu's part of the 1% with
Turbo,
Turbo
yeah.
like us. Everyone is 30 years. It's a little quiet compared to the rest, but still okay. Let me fix that.
That's what I
Turbo
discovered
cost?
last time. $16.
Really? Even through the web browser, huh?
Yeah.
I was gonna say I saw the price on mobile and I was like,
my-
God damn, it was half that before. It was $8.99. Jeez.
Oof.
You need to do it anyway. It's worth it.
It was worth it when I was doing Between Two Beards. I don't know about now. I'll deal with an ad.
Twitch subs about to go up, says Retired Lemon Bravo. Let's go.
Again? They just went up like a month ago.
They're going up another $1, another buck.
Going up $1 every couple of months. That's ridiculous.
That's all right.
Crazy.
I'll take that money and sub to less people.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. That's what I had to do.
I'm gonna have to take a top 5 list.
Exactly. All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. You know, we get those extra long credits in the front, so we do get ads a little early. I do apologize to everyone. We're going to start doing a round of introductions real quick. I want everyone... I'm Zed. I'm your storyteller. Used to be a variety streamer. Now I just mainly stream tabletop RPGs and some retro games on Thursdays. But I love having y'all here. These are my friends who I've met through the retro community and through other various ways. Some people I've known for forever. Some people are battle buddies. But I know all these people in various ways, and I consider them all awesome, highly talented streamers. And they've blessed me by coming on to my stream to play a game with a silly little game that I take way too seriously. I'm going to start with Pete and Repeat today. And we're going to start with their introductions. You're first.
Woo! I get to go first today. Hi, I'm Pete and Repeat. I'm playing Orin Dustwalker. I am the paranoid weirdo that is afraid of everybody, but is prepared to take them all out. Remember, kids, be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
All right, Toasty.
I'm Wildcord. I'm a bit of a hippie hacker. I'm part of the band with Song of Ashes. Or is our band Song of Ashes? I don't know.
Indeed, yeah. So
He's renaming the band.
it's like a Bon
Confirmed.
Jovi kind of thing or whatever, how that works.
Bon Jovi's real name isn't even Bon Jovi. My name's Nerdwire Plays. I'm playing Elwyn Bell tonight. I'm doing some Child of Gaia Theurge, magic, mystic, theological mysticism here with the rest of the crew. Very excited to get into some season 2 action. We had some pretty good story arc, and then we're on another uphill climb, getting ready to go into another twister of a time. So
Next, that brings us to... Go for it.
Yo, I am Song of Ashes, lead singer of the band Song of Ashes, and my mother did not name me Song of Ashes.
Yeah, you're not Bon Jovi.
No. And yeah, that's they had guitar, music, werewolves. That's my jam.
Haggard Hessian.
Haggard Hessian. I play Orion Long, newly retired porn star, and the pack powerhouse. I believe I've dispatched about 85% of anything we've gone up against.
And that leaves you still going?
Oh, no, I also have this neat helicopter trick.
Good. Yeah, that's Simon's expectation. He's leaving out the most important part.
Yeah. Don't cut me off. No.
You're right where the helicopter would be, Ashes. Just to let you know, based on his position above you.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Watch out.
I'm aware of this issue.
You're also a werewolf.
You're fine. If it gets too hot in your room, it'll keep you cool with the breeze.
I have a fan over here that I pointed myself.
All right, now we also have our new player who's never played Werewolf before. She's played D&D many times. She's an old school D&D player. Let me introduce you to. She needs no introduction. I am Tinderly.
Why'd you introduce her?
Yes, you are Tenderly, as a matter of fact. We are Tenderly.
Oh, it's a Venom situation. Oh no.
We are all tenderly.
I am Tenderly.
But I am Tenderly, and I'm going to be playing Tendy Shadowheart. She's the only one of the group who was born as a wolf. The rest of these people are humans, and she's not really going to be that fond of them. She does, being, a wolf and all, people aren't really going to be her thing. But she's been called to do a thing, so she's going to do her best to do a thing, and even though that means that she's going to have to be around these smelly humans.
All right, so I like that. I approve. A little bit of tension right off the rip. I like it. All right, so just a couple of record-keeping stuff. Everyone's going to be starting with 2 rage tonight. We'll gain rage as we go along. I have character sheets pulled up, but I probably won't be looking at them, so I'll be asking you to do most of that stuff, keeping track of your stats and stuff, but I'll be looking. I lost the health bar. I lost the health bar. No, there it is. Because I might kill someone tonight. I don't know. I might feel froggy. But anyway.
What?
I'm going to treat this like session 1. Session 1. Dead.
Pete's entire face went from smiles to, oh, okay, I see how this is going tonight.
Hey, if I go out, I'm taking somebody with me.
Session 1 ended with a lumber spider, if you all remember.
That's fair. Yeah.
It really did.
Two lumber spiders, period, at the very end of season 1.
Exactly. So, without further ado, I'd like to get us started. Everyone has been called. We've had 2 weeks. So people have been doing downtime actions as we go along. Everyone's been moving on. Hey, Shriyan, how's it going? Everyone's been moving the plot along in their own little way. But tonight, on January the 18th, which is today, correct? Yes, January the 18th, you've been called back to the cairn by Mother Winterfang to perform a ritual. It's her time that she wants to perform the rite of the living cairn to start off the new season. She doesn't call it a season, but her main focus, as you can tell, is to fix the cairn. And I'm going to begin with this. The gibbous moon's silver light illuminates the Forgotten Island cairn, its reflection shimmering off the pristine blanket of snow that covers the ground, at least a foot deep. The air is crisp and sharp, its breath rising in visible clouds, and the only sounds are the faint crackling of the green-blue fire at the center of the cairn and the soft crunch of snow beneath the boots and paws. The towering standing stones, their ruins faintly glowing, are dusted with snow, their spiritual energy amplified by the moonlight. Around the central fire, the Howl and Ash pack stands in solemn readiness, each member in a form that reflects their role and connection to the task at hand. Mother Winterfang, in her helmet form, stands tall near the fire, her commanding presence unaffected by the biting cold, her silver-gray hair streaked with faint luminescent strands that seem to catch Luna's light. It's pulled back tightly. She wears a long, fur-lined coat, the edges of which are damp from the snow. Her sharp blue-gray eyes sweep across the gathering. This place, she says, her voice calm yet powerful, is both our sanctuary and our burden. Tonight, Luna calls for vigilance and strength, but not only of claw and fang. The spirits demand wisdom, unity, and respect. Let us not falter. Lucian Vinter, bundled in a thick fur-lined jacket, moves methodically around the fire, stamping down the snow to create a stable workspace. His dark, angular features are set in a quiet concentration, his sharp eyes glancing frequently at the tree line, ever watchful. Evelina Vinter, slightly hunched against a cold, kneels in the snow with a practiced ease. Her braided hair is flecked with frost as she arranges bowls, herbs, and talismans on a cloth spread over the ground. Her breath fogs the air as she speaks, her voice steady but soft. The spirits are restless tonight, Evelina says, looking briefly at Mother Winterfang. The snow muffles their voices, but their presence is undeniable. This ritual will require our focus and our unity. Now we're going to introduce the pack. Tell us what form you're in and what you're doing. I'm going to start with Song of Ashes. Can't hear you, Song of
You're
Ashes.
muted.
Oh, right. The kid yelled. I'm in my hominid form, just hanging out, working on my acoustic guitar, just kind of sitting in the corner, and kind of been plucking away at a new album lately, trying to get a new few songs together, because the band as a whole has been making a lot of progress as well.
Elwin?
I am also in homid form. I was laying near the campfire that we have had, started trying to keep warm, not refusing to shift still yet into lupus, just to relax, but got my ball cap pulled low over the eyes to block out the glistening flickers of flame from that roaring campfire. I hear a call. I lift the ball cap brim up and look over her way, and prepare to get up and walk.
Toasty?
Wild Cord is off just near everybody, but behind some trees, smoking a bowl. He's in Glabro form because it's cold out and his clothes are insufficient.
Fair enough.
Elwin takes notice that for the first time in 4 weeks, 6 weeks, because we had a 2-week break. First time in 4 weeks, Wildcord has picked up a bowl again.
True.
It's also the first time you've witnessed somebody in Glabro smoking a bowl.
Also, yes.
That's partly why I take notice, but I'm like, wait, it's been like 6 weeks too. What's going on?
He's not addicted anymore. This is just...
Oh, that's recreational. I understand.
Like Wild Cord's rocking out, and he's just off in the bushes having a quick bowl.
Orin?
I'm in humid form, but I'm layered up like a proper northerner should be. So I've got flannel, jacket, coat on top of jacket, and I've already done firewood. I probably put the coat back on after the firewood until the fire gets big. I'm just there. But since there's a ritual happening on the cairn, I have penumbral senses up, and I'm looking at how the spirits are reacting while she's getting ready to perform this ritual, because I want to see into... Sure, I want to see what's going on.
All right, emerging from the heart, because you have put your penumbral senses on. Emerging from the heart of the Forgotten Island cairn is Theros, the crown, a towering spirit of majestic and primal power. It's a manifestation of Gaia's unyielding will, blending the strength of the wild with the timeless wisdom of the ancient forests. Tharos' head is a massive stag skull, bleached bone, etched with intricate spiraling patterns that glow faintly with emerald energy. The ruin shifts subtly as if alive, telling stories of Gaia's seasons and trials of those who protect her. From its sockets, vibrant green lights burn like twin beacons, intense and unyielding. Theros' crowning glory is a pair of colossal, branching antlers, the points shining with silvery moonlight. The antlers hum faintly, resonating with the shifting energy of the cairn and the phases of Luna. Each branch seems to ripple like the water under the moon, casting the shifting patterns of light. The body of Theros is a fusion of living nature. Ancient power. Its form is built of gnarled, twisting bark that pulses with the life force of the cairn. Vines, moss, and blooming wildflowers wrap around its frame, swaying as though moved by unseen breeze. Clusters of glowing fungi and luminescent lichen dot its limbs, their light faintly illuminating its surrounding. From its arms extend root-like fingers, capable of nurturing the land, rending corruption with a terrifying force. Orin, when you see this, it stands probably 12 feet tall in the spirit. That is what you see
Okay.
on the other side.
I will go over to Elwyn and tell him Theros is here for whatever we're about to do. We know what ritual she's doing, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It is. It's our monthly ritual to sanctify the cairn.
Before we begin conversations, let's introduce Haggard. Just Haggard, which form he's in.
Yep, I'm continuing to embrace everything that's happening more and more. I am currently in my lupus form, just chilling by the fire.
Chilling by the fire. Mother Winterfang raises a hand, signaling silence. Her voice carries a measured intensity as she speaks. Tonight, the gibbous moons calls upon our spirits, not our rage. We honor Gaia and prepare this cairn for what lies ahead. Each of you has a role, a purpose. Fulfill it with clarity and strength. As the pack gathers closer, the spirit's presence becomes tangible. The faint shimmer of ghostly forms flits between the standing stones, their movements quick and deliberate. The snow-covered ground beneath the pack feels alive, as though the cairn itself is breathing with anticipation. The night stretches before you, the gibbous moon's watchful gaze urging the Howl and Ash pack onward into the sacred ritual. The balance of strength, wisdom, and unity will shape what comes next. Mother Winterfang steps forward, silver clave in hand. Just a potent dagger made of silver. She puts it up. Forgotten Island Cairn. We come to you tonight to strengthen you as a living embodiment of Gaia, whose connection to the spirit world we use to combat the worm wherever it breeds. She looks to each and every one of you. She goes, do you intend to sacrifice yourselves and your bodies for Gaia?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Of course.
If sacrifice is necessary, I do.
As do I. As do all of us. And then from a distance you hear a howl. 5 howls. And the bow keepers come, all in lupus form. As do we. Their leader says. Mother Winterfang looks to the bow keepers, looks to Howl and Ash, looks to her cousins, and says it is time. All right. So the cairn value is currently at 1. So the difficulty for this rite is at 3. Mother Winterfang can take half, but she is inviting you all to join her.
Including the bow keepers.
Including the bow keepers. You all know the ritual, so they will all be adding regular dice.
We join.
We join.
Yeah.
But we just get to add rage dice.
Yes, you guys get to stand rage dice, which could be problematic.
It could be.
It could be problematic. Okay. Tindy, you have been drawn to an island across the big water. But now the ice is finally thick enough that you can cross it. And you can make it safely. Feeling that call, you cross the water, you enter the island, and you come into the gathering with large standing stones where you see 6 other wolves, because I forgot that Orion is also in lupus form, arrayed. And then you see 2-legged creatures that you've recently become maybe familiar with as you've changed for the first time. One of them looks at you, a tall female human wearing a long fur-lined coat. What have we here? Mother Winterfang stops the ritual for a moment and motions to the new wolf. If you'd like to describe what you look like in your lupus form, Tindy, and we'll get you in.
Tindy, if you may be muted.
In my
Oh, never mind. You're
lupus
there.
form, I am a a dark brown color with lots of red highlights.
Well, the Winterfang goes, the kin beacon is doing its work. It's bringing us more. It's doing what we expected it to do. I am thankful for this kin beacon. She looks to you, Tindy, and she shifts from a human to a wolf. A large white wolf. Stark white, large, mature. And she subtly moves her body, makes some yipping sounds, and everyone here understands what she's saying. She goes, "Welcome. What is your name?"
I introduce myself as Shadowheart, as I find Tindy to be my personal name that I don't know if I can tell people.
Shadowheart. She intones. Join us tonight. I can tell that you are curious. Join us tonight, and we'll help you. The group of 5 female wolves to one side perk up. They seem very interested in you, as if you are someone that they would like to meet. They don't approach you yet, as Mother Winterfang is talking to you. How about the rest of you? Do you approach Shadowheart?
I shift into Lupus in unison and approach cautiously.
Yeah, I will shift into Lupus as well and sort of fall in with Elwyn.
In before the sniff test. That's appropriate.
I won't. I'll go back over to my bag and I'll pull whatever dried jerky or venison probably I've still got left over. I'm like, Shadowheart, if you walked across the lake, are you hungry?
You still have penumbral senses open, so you notice that she is actually being followed by a small, maybe pony-sized unicorn.
I'm sorry, what?
I look.
Only if you have penumbral senses. If you have penumbral senses, you can see this. But she is being followed by a pony-sized unicorn.
Yeah, I glance down to get the stuff, and then I look back and I realize, wait, what? And I'm probably staring oddly, like a little longer than is normal, and I'm like, Shadowheart, do you know her? And I just kind of point past you or him.
I look back to Orin and I say, "What do you see?"
He has a shadow, a huge shadow. But
Describe it.
Unicorn.
Orin, did you get into Wildcord's stash?
No, it's she has a friend in the Umbra, and it's friendly. It seems friendly.
I look back at Shadowheart and I say, "Are you also a child of Gaia?"
I look to my friend and I kind of like nod in their direction. As if to say that I acknowledge them, you know, I know they're there.
I would.
And then looking back, I give a soft little "oh woo" to Elwyn.
I want to open the Umbra so everyone can see what you see, Orin.
You gonna do the Rite of Shadow Passage?
Yes.
All right.
Can you assist me?
Elwin, before you do that, let's eat our guests. Let's be hospitable. I walk over. I'm gonna bring her the freshest piece of meat I have in the bag, which I assume is venison. And I'm just
Pass it
gonna
down quickly.
hold it out to her.
Pass it quickly. Let's open this. So I shift back into homid form.
And of course, I'll help you.
And yes,
Having had been on my own for some time now, I graciously and maybe a little greedily take the food.
It's preserved, but it's not like nastily cooked, like smoke and salt meat. So it's not fresh and bloody, but it's not store-bought.
Wildcord sits back on a log near the edge of the clearing and laughs to himself, confused at, since he can speak native wolf, why the new wolf is engaging in baby talk.
so I go ahead and after I've shifted into homid form, I take my hands and I put them together, backs of hands together, taking note that the pack is here and there's something important to be seen by everyone. I drive them into the air in front of me, and as I do that, there's a rip in the air that begins to form.
Someone's been practicing.
I need to roll some dice now.
Can't you take half yet?
I cannot. Wait, hang on one second. What's the difficulty here again?
The difficulty's 3 because of the permissive gauntlet. No, it's 2 because of the permissive gauntlet.
Oh yes, I can definitely take half.
All right.
So I curl my fingers in toward my palms, and I slowly pull open the umbra, the passageway into the gauntlet.
All right. So as Elwin opens the membrane between the worlds, and he opens it all long enough to wide enough for everyone to see, standing not behind Tindy Shadowheart, but near Tindy Shadowheart, is a pony-sized unicorn with red eyes.
Oh shit!
Red eyes, a gold horn, sharp teeth, and sharp hooves.
Orin wasn't tripping.
I told you. And if you want to get really freaked out, poke your head in and look that way.
Yeah, you can't miss Theros. But some of you have seen Theros before. But you can't miss Theros. He stands nearly 12 feet tall with a giant antler skull head. With his arm
Just so big, he peeks out of the umbra.
His arm stretches out with his hand open, and a line of spiritual owls are perched on it. And he just continues to stand there, unmoving.
You guys don't seem too fazed by this, but this is a trip. What is going on right now?
Theros is our guardian, and I'm assuming that unicorn is Shadowheart's guardian, personal guardian, or friend?
Guess I'm out of the loop.
This is our spirit as children of Gaia.
Well, you know it's not actually unicorn, Elwood. You know it's probably a servant of unicorn. If it was actually unicorn, it'd be a major deal.
Yeah, that's why I'm freaking out. Okay. So let's back it up then.
It's not the unicorn, it's a unicorn.
It's pony-sized.
Like a mini horse.
It's a little special with a horn.
Oh, I'm gonna, since Elwin's right here, 1 second, Elwin. I hand him my coat because my coat's gonna drop off me. I walk through the gate to the Umbra, and I look at Theros, and I simply say thank you, and I come back in, I grab my coat and put it back on.
It doesn't even acknowledge you, but you get a sense of, it does not acknowledge you, but you get a sense of, okay.
Yeah, I figured it wouldn't, but I know what it's doing, and we needed his help, and he's helping, so. Not every day you get to talk to something like that. I don't want to bug him. He goes back and hides in the big tree when he's asleep, so kind of hard for him to just show up.
From the corner of y'all's eyes, Mother Winterfang is beaming. Absolutely beaming. As if she's accomplished a goal. As what she is, there are right now at least more than 10 werewolves on the Forgotten Island cairn. More than 10. More than 10.
We came here to investigate the loss of 6, and we've replaced them with almost double the number. It's a very healthy state for the cairn.
Mother Winterfang says, Shadowheart, welcome to the Forgotten Island cairn. You've come at a right time. Perhaps we can teach you something. We can teach you our ways, which we will, you child of Gaia. Tonight, Shart. Exactly. I keep thinking Shart from Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
We shall help you. We will teach you our ways, and you tonight, will aid us in strengthening this cairn. And then we will learn everything there is about you. Mother Winterfang takes the glaive that she had before, holds it above her.
I close the umbra.
You close the umbra?
Yeah.
She slices her hand until it bleeds. She just cut her hand with silver.
What form is she in?
She's in Homid.
Okay.
But she cut her hand with silver, and she places it on each of the standing stones. There's 6 of them around the fire. There are runes glowing. As each time she places her hand against one, the runes grow a little bit brighter. Forgotten Island cairn. Thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate that, Stealthy Elf Productions. As she places her hand on each standing stone, the runes begin to glow a little brighter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She completes the circle. She looks up to the moon. She shifts back to her lupus form that she had shifted to previously to speak with Tindy, to Shadowheart, and howls toward the gibbous moon. A loud, passionate howl. The Bowkeepers join in.
And we begin to join in.
Yeah, I'm specifically going to kind of follow Elwyn's lead here because I'm feeling a bit out of the loop, but I feel like he knows. I get the feeling that he knows what's going on here.
It's shift and howl time.
Yeah. One raid check.
You don't need to.
Can we shift him?
You don't need to make a rage check to shift to lupus, unless you're going to his spell.
Okay. I didn't know what direction we were going. I thought you said she went Glabro for some reason. I don't know why.
No, she went lupus. Her majestic white wolf form.
Yep. So we shift to lupus.
What's that dice roll for?
To join in with the most intimidating howl I possibly can.
All right. So everyone joins in with the Tindy. Shadowheart, do you join in with the howl as well?
I do.
All right.
Feeling intimidated, I start to fight Toast. No, I'm just kidding.
And I take it Orion joins the howl as well?
Correct, yeah.
A chorus begins.
Oh, that's a good thing I spent my XP on more fight power.
Lucius and Evelina do not howl. They do not shift. They merely play drums. They bang on some drums while everyone else is howling. The howl, the chorus rises, fills the sky. From the island, you see birds scatter. Hundreds of birds lift off the trees and just scatter, shocked. amazed. So let me see how many dice we have to make this roll.
I'm amazed those birds are that far north in the middle of winter.
Oh, Wildcord dashes off to the hidden room and flips on the new PA system.
I will be right back.
The new PA system. Excellent.
Yeah, because the one that specifically is meant for attracting more new wolves.
4, 5, 6. So there's 6 of you, so that's 6 rage dice, plus her 2. Plus her normal dice pool.
Don't forget
2,
our
3,
right
4,
focus
5.
times 2.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she only needs 4 successes. But we need to see what happens with the... if there's a brutal failure, which I think there will be.
We're just going to be too loud.
Whoa, those vampire dice, Zed.
Oh, let me do that again. Let me clear that out. Sorry about that, guys.
Unless it was good, then you can keep it.
Wow, I threw a lot of vampire dice out there. Hunger dice, too. All right. 6. It was 13. 1, 2, 3.
We hunger for blood. No, wrong characters.
No brutal failure.
There we
Amazing.
go.
Amazing.
Wow.
Amazing. But that's a lot of successes.
Yep.
So
A hell of a lot of
as
success.
you begin to howl, the gauntlet in the Forgotten Island cairn falls. It just falls away completely for a time being, and you see Theros begin to glow. The space between his antlers crackles with electricity. Its hand begins to sprout plants as if it was springtime. The snow on the island actually begins to melt a little bit as the island surges with life. Fresh, new, wild life, energy. The runes on the standing stones glow brighter, casting a shadow over everyone else, putting the fire to shame. This lasts for a mere moment in time, as you can feel the energy, the reemergence of the wild in this cairn flood through each and every one of you. The gauntlet re-solidifies. You can no longer see Tharos. You can no longer see the unicorn. A calm has come over the cairn as everyone slightly begins to stop howling. First, it's Mother Winterfang. Then it's her cousins, the Bowkeepers, leaving only Howl and Ash and Shadowheart left howling.
I stop because I'm looking at Theros and the unicorn.
Okay.
I want to see what they're doing after this all just happened.
Theros is still just standing there, not moving. He's still kind of glowing. He's still sort of radiating energy. The electricity is still crackling between his antlers, and he's still sprouting. But otherwise, he seems unmoved. The unicorn doesn't seem to gain anything from this. It just seems more concerned with being close to Shadowheart. Anybody else? What's everyone else doing at this point?
I'm half convinced I'm tripping myself, so I'm just kind of in complete awe and disbelief right now. Jaws dropped. My eyes are as wide as anyone's ever seen them, and I'm kind of still looking, looking to the side a bit to see what the rest of my group is, how my rest of my group is reacting, to sort of try to react like them, if anything.
Wildcord is playing some old techno over the PA system. Puts on Darude Sandstorm. He's trying to get people to, have have a bit of an after party after the ceremony.
All right, Tindy. So now you hear this cacophonous sound that you've never heard before of what humans call music.
I would assume every wolf. Sorry.
I am very unimpressed. I quit my howling and glare over in that direction, very uneasy about what the heck even is that.
Oh no, this is a PA system. It's island wide. You can't look in the direction. It's everywhere.
Well, she can look in a direction.
She can look in a direction, but
She can look in any direction she wants, Wildcord.
Any direction she wants. You don't.
Yeah,
You don't seem to be alone in that sentiment. One of the bow keepers is kind of like got her head down and is kind of putting her paws kind of over her head, and she's whining a little bit. It's a wolf, a red wolf with a white stripe down the back. She's not quite at full maturity, but she's getting there. To those of you who recognize her, it's Tamsin.
Is this easy to see? Like, even though I'm looking into the Umbra and around and at both things, is that easy to see?
Oh yeah, it's easy. It's easy to notice that the Tamsin is uncomfortable.
I'll yell out because I know where he ran. I know what we set up. Hey, Wildcord, turn it down, change it up. You're bothering some of our guests. Different selection.
If it's bugging people, I'll turn it off.
Well, you didn't know, so I yell out that.
Wildcord just wants to party, man. He's not trying to hurt anybody.
The other bow keepers shift form. They're not dancing or anything, but they're discussing amongst each other, and they're actually trying to mingle with the rest of you.
I'm gonna hint towards Toasty that we should grab the guitar and head over to the drum set area and maybe start playing a little bit of our own more Garu-centric stuff. Maybe that'll get the party going with a little dice roll on some performance here.
Well, I mean, did you notice earlier the girls were playing drums? Maybe we can.
Hey, if they want to join in, they can join in. So let's get this thing started.
You've noticed that since the howling has stopped, Lucian and Evelina, male and female, have stopped with their drums and have actually gone to sort of cleanup mode and are sort of tidying everything up. They're taking Mother Winterfang's ritual implements and putting them away. They're tidying up, moving stuff. They don't seem very independent.
And they seem to be giving the party's over signal. Like, that's no fun.
We didn't bring stuff for a party this time. We were told just to show up for the ritual. Like, we haven't brought beer. I've got the one bottle in my bag that I've always got, but one bottle between all of us, that's going to be gone in 5 minutes.
I see Ira, and I approach Ira. And again, I thank her for all of her guidance these past couple of weeks and opening my eyes to the possibilities of what I can do and how I can do it.
No problem, Sporto. Anything I can do to help?
Did you just call me porno?
Sporto.
Oh, okay. Wait, no, that's Orion, not me.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Thanks. Ellen's not used to being called anything other than sir or dude. Sporto is a new one to him, so he just kind of like accepts it a little awkwardly. But he's looking towards Shadowheart's way. And is anyone with Shadowheart still yet?
Well, I was getting to that. Arwen, actually, just to give descriptions because not everyone knows Arwen. Arwen, in her Hobbit form, shifts down to has a fierce commanding presence. She's a tall woman with braided auburn hair and piercing green eyes that reflects the forest furies. But as she shifts back to her lupus form, she is a dark gray wolf, large, much larger than the other wolves of her pack. And she approaches Shadowheart with her head down, not in a submissive posture, but in a more welcoming posture, trying to welcome you. And she approaches you, she goes, Shadowheart, I'm Vinebreaker. She says this in a mixture of whines, growls, and body language. My name is Vinebreaker. I can only assume that you have only turned into a two-legged recently.
Can I shift to understand their conversation? Shift back down to Lupus.
You can all understand their conversation.
Okay.
You inherently understand wolf tongue, not tongue, but wolf communication at this point.
Okay.
I confirm that yes, that it had only been very recently.
She drops her haunches a little bit, lowers her belly not all the way to the ground, but in a downward dog position. She says to you, she goes, I see you've already chosen a patron spirit, unicorn, child of Gaia already. They always do move quickly. She yips as if laughing. She goes, well, we'll have to find you a pack. The bow keepers are only for the heart wardens, but we welcome you with open arms to the world of the Guru. Welcome to our sept.
As I'm approaching a shift to Lupus, I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be super difficult to find a pack. You can have a home here if you want it, Shadowheart.
I look in the general direction of the group, and I look at them uneasily as to me they are all two-leggeds, and I do not inherently trust any of them. But I do feel that I should be here at least for the time being. So I accept the invite.
Arwen looks between the two of you, kind of gives a bark of acceptance, and just moves on to mingle with other people. I don't know if I can hear anything. Is anyone saying anything?
No one's saying anything.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the rest of the pack to decide to do something before I dominate this whole conversation.
I'm following Elwyn's lead for the most
I
part.
brought over food and I looked into the spirit realm. I'm trying not to do the same thing. Like,
Wildcord is just sitting off to the side, but if you really look at his face, you can tell he's kind of unimpressed.
you wanted a party, sir. There is no party to be had.
Yeah, that's why
I think he's mostly just disappointed.
He's fucking pouting.
Can't party.
He's sulking. He's pouting.
Can't party. Ashes, I thought you mentioned that you wanted to get some songs going.
Yeah, but the girls started packing all the stuff up. It kind of killed the vibe.
Wildcore did feel the vibe.
Lucian and Evelina only packed up their drums and the ritual implements. They didn't pack up the cairn and like take it away from you guys. They just packed up the stuff, the toys they were playing with.
You can play music, but we're not having a rager. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, if you guys want to have a rager, we can have a rager.
Noticing Orin kind of just standing there, staring off.
In a trance.
Yeah, this entire time. I wander over and ask him, what's going on with him.
Our guardian is eating life into the cairn. I've never seen anything like this. It's crazy. And on the other side, there's no more snow. It's cooked off, and he's just. I can't even tell you what he's doing. It's
No, it's cooked off in the real world on the island as well.
okay. Yeah, it's. You can feel it. You can go over there and stand next to where he's at, and you could feel the heat. I don't understand it. And You can thank him. He doesn't talk back to you, but you can feel it. It's like you can feel the answer. There's no actual answer, but you can feel it. I don't understand it.
Sounds powerful.
Does.
Wild was mad at me earlier because I was dealing too much with the Weaver. They don't seem too mad at me now.
Well, they didn't actually acknowledge you.
Yeah, I don't know that they did any of that for you.
Wildwood,
They did it for the Cairn.
as you're doing what you're doing, you feel a hand brush up against your backside. Not very, what's the word I'm looking for? Not very subtly.
Oh my.
And it's one of the bowkeepers. It's Lila, who you've met before, the other Galliard. She gives you a wry smile and says, "Do you want to make some music tonight?"
Ooh.
She's got a violin with her.
Oh, never mind. It
Oh,
wasn't
actual
innuendo.
music.
Yeah. Wild
Have you
Cord
ever met a
sure
musician
wants
before?
to
Yes, it was.
have a jam session. If you would like to join.
That was just packed with double entendre, sir. That was all.
Yes.
All right, so she begins rosining the bow.
Wink, wink.
I'm still in lupus form, and I turn back toward Shadowheart, and I say to her, well, if you're gonna be here a while, let's go introduce you to some of the other two-leggeds. And I motion with my nose toward the rest of them, make a quick turn, and start walking that direction, expecting Shadowheart to follow.
I pause. Not just, pause, but pause. Consider the offer for a moment and slowly follow.
I switched to Hamid because it's hard to play drums in Glabro.
Yes, it is. It's very difficult to play drums with paws. Without opposable thumbs, it's almost impossible.
Almost.
Yeah.
Glabro has opposable thumbs.
I was gonna
right?
say, yeah, tape those drumsticks to his legs.
All right, Wildwood, you're the leader of the band. So Lila's going to add one to your dice. Wildcord's going to add one to your dice. Let's see how well you rock out tonight.
All right.
A brutal failure will not harm you.
Is this charisma based tonight?
This is going to be charisma versus performance. What are you best at?
My manipulation is only one less than my charisma, and my performance is 4. My charisma is at 4, and if I'm using a guitar, my performance is 5.
So why don't we go with charisma tonight?
All right, so that'd be 9 plus the 2 dice, so 11.
You're not trying to make people feel a certain way. You're just having a good time. Mm-hmm. So 2 rage dice.
Make it clear, I'm not taking Shadowheart, by the way, while he's playing. I'm not taking Shadowheart toward the stage where they're getting ready to play some music, or toward the music area. I'm taking her toward Orion and Orin.
All right, so Wildcord begins to play his guitar and sing. Not Wildcord, I'm sorry. Song of Ashes begins to play the guitar and to sing a song, while Wildcord comes in with the drums to keep time. She waits for a few verses to come through, and then Lila just rips in with her violin.
It's Dropkick Murphys.
Oh, it is quasi semi wannabe Celtic inspired.
Yeah, that I feel like that pairs well with a lot of our jamming. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm picking it up.
All right, so we have a nice. I wish I could play the music for you. I wish we had it right now for everybody, but it's a wonderful medley that they're playing, and you've got 5 successes. This is what begins. Some of the bowkeepers begin swaying to the music. Arwen grabs Haggard Orion by the hand and yanks him out into the standing stones. Arwen's probably about 6'1". She's your Dami mommy.
Jesus, here we go with the height.
Lady D. Lady D.
I don't know how tall Orion is. Orion is probably at least 6 something, based on his prowess.
The shorter he is, the longer it looks. So he's fine to be short.
Yeah, it's down to my knees, but my thighs are only like a foot.
That's hilarious. But she grabs
It's like a perspective trick.
Arwen drags Orion out and just begins not swinging him around because he's very tough, but playfully do-si-doing and dancing and just kind of having a good time. The other Bowkeepers are doing similar things, maybe dancing off by themselves or, chit-chatting amongst themselves. Lucius and Evelina are tapping their feet. They look like they're trying not to draw too much attention to themselves. Mother Winterfang is laughing, clapping along, completely oblivious to what her cousins are doing. What's everyone else doing?
Fellow Apex Predators and Toasty. Hi, Sakura.
I'm still walking Shadowheart over to Orin, but as we approach Orin, who has not been dragged away by any of the Bowkeepers just yet, and is still staring off into the distance in a trance, I say to Orin,
Hey.
this is Shadowheart.
Oh, hi. We met before, briefly.
I know.
Are you still hungry?
I internally am listening to the sound of my own stomach growl. And I'm like, yes.
I will turn around to my bag. I wouldn't imagine I have a ton of fresh meat left, so I probably give her a slab of jerky that I have. That's the last meat in there. But I'll give her all of it, every last bit. I'm like, sorry, I don't have a ton of fresh food, but here you go. We go
And
across
once
the lake.
again, I
my house,
greedily
there's plenty.
take it.
I noticed that she's came here and she's clearly not been without a pack. I say to Orin, a little bit quieter. She's likely not going to have some clothes here when she changes.
That's one thing
Do
we
you
had.
mind snagging something?
I'm sorry, we had not discussed Tindy, but your actual pack, probably freaked out when you had your first change, and it's probably kind of abandoned you.
Do we have something for her?
Out of heart, do you want to change or do you want to stay like that?
At these words, I startle backwards away from the group and give a low growl, indicating that I am very much not interested.
You're more than welcome to stay like that for a while. And if you want to change, we can find you clothes.
I only told you that for later, just in case she did. I didn't want her to feel immodest.
It's entirely up to you. But if you do, I wouldn't recommend it around regular people. They get a little scared.
While you guys are talking, Tamsin approaches. She shifts out of her lupus form, the red wolf with the white stripe down her back, into her normal human form, which is attractive but primal looking, almost. Not quite cave person, but not as, refined as what you would see walking down the street.
This is the bouncer, right?
This is the bouncer, yes.
Okay. I'll stand up from the crouch where I was at the bag giving her stuff. I'm like, hi, you're Tamsin, right?
Yes, that's what the humans call me.
That's what I remember. Could you help Shadowheart? She's not interested in anything, and I don't want to make her do anything. Got some extra stuff here. She's welcome to anything she needs. But I just want to make her feel welcome.
She shifts.
I nod in agreement.
She shifts back. Her body melds back down to Lupus, and she looks to Shadowheart. Are you you're more comfortable four-legged than two-legged, correct?
I acknowledge and agree.
Let me make a All right, the smaller wolf turns into a much larger wolf, dire wolf sized. And she looks down on you, and her voice is heavier now. Not menacing, but heavy. You can get bigger if you want. And she shifts back down to her lupus. And in her wolf can't, you have options. You don't need to depend on the two-legged form if you don't want to. Or you don't have to be furless when you change if that is what you're worried. If you're worried about the cold, they have fur they'll put on you. It's called clothes. I don't like them either, but they keep you warm when you have to. When you eventually decide you want to be a two-leg, it has its advantages. We have these things called thumbs. They are fantastic.
When she says thumbs, I pull my hands out and I just kind of go like this. Look at my thumbs.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I appear to get more at ease at these words.
Tamsin sits down next to you. She doesn't get too close, but she sits down close to you. She seems she's going to be there to be support. And so she's chosen that as her project to be your support. She goes, "Welcome to our set, Shadowheart." And she focuses on our sept.
I go into my bag and I have, funny enough, I have a poncho liner in the bag. Of course I do.
A whoopee.
I pull that out and I bring it to Tamsin. I'm like, she can easily use this because I don't know what size she's going to be when she pops out. And if she wants to, she can have my coat for now. But this will keep her warm. If she wants to try it, doesn't have to try it, but it's warm. And I kind of put it on Tamsin in her lupus form. Because, heck, even dogs like blankets. It's just a blanket. It's waterproof. So, hey, feel free.
I change back into Homid.
Yeah.
Pat Orin on the back and kind of motion for us to kind of give Tamsin and Shadowheart some time alone.
Oh, yeah.
I assume you'll go with me.
Head over to the wherever the heck we're going. I'm going to grab the bottle out of my bag before I leave, but I'm going to leave the bag right there so they can get to whatever, because the stuff that goes boom in there, they can't make go boom.
All right. So
Good idea. And I look at Shadowheart as we're getting ready to leave. And I say, I know Tamsin said welcome to our sept. And I know it's only temporary. But welcome to our pack. And we start to make our way to Wild Cord Ashes and the violinist.
All right, back to Orion real quick, who is, I don't know if Orion is dancing with, Arwen is continuing to dance, so I didn't actually get
Yeah.
So she's dancing with you, and it's not that she's hitting on you or anything like that. You get the impression that she is dancing peer to peer.
Okay.
And she kind of gets in close, her voice a little bit low. She goes, "Why have you not taken leadership yet?" Her voice is very low, so it doesn't carry.
Right. Haven't been certain until recently that it was something that I wanted.
So it is something you want.
Something I'm considering. I know that it's something the pack needs, and I'm willing to step up and take that role if necessary.
Well, from one full moon to another full moon, they never understand that it's necessary that we lead. They never get it. So you may have to crack a few eggs.
I'll do what's necessary.
She goes, "I know. I get that sense about you." And she just begins dancing again, kind of doing her thing. At this point, Morgan, the Philodox, approaches everyone who's up by the band who's enjoying that. And she just sort of stretches her arms out. And from her coat, she just drops food. Not what Orion had, but like just snacks. The snacks fall out of her coat. Not prepackaged stuff, all home baked in paper bag, in reusable recycled paper bags. Just drops to the ground. You can smell brownies. No cans of chicken noodle soup, but she is a snack wizard.
She's got pocket sandwiches.
Wait, I reach down, I pick one up, and I give it a sniff, considering he's the one I gave my homegrown to. Got anything good to these?
There is a hint of cannabis in the brownies. More than just a hint.
I figured as much. I'm going to stick to this, and I hold up my bottle. You're welcome to some of this if you like.
She grabs it, she drinks it, and she hands it back to me. She says, "Hell yeah, thank you."
And then I have some after her, and I hand out the brown. I look over to Wild Cord, and I throw him the brownie that I picked up.
Yeah, you're gonna find wild cord in a puddle later, just a sleep puddle.
That's the stuff I grow in my greenhouse. It's good stuff, buddy. I gave it to the girls because they had the stupid vape pens.
That's why he's gonna be asleep in a pile.
Al, when you feel a tap on your shoulder, on your right shoulder,
I turn and I look.
you turn to your right, you don't see anyone there, but you see someone laughing on the other side. It's Ira.
My God.
She kind of pulls you away privately, away from the group a little bit. She goes, "I wanted to talk to you about something." She goes,
About what?
"It's kind of important." She sits down on a stump. She goes, "Why haven't you taken leadership yet?"
It's not something that the pack has necessarily discussed to extent.
"Really?" she says.
Well, we're just kind of flailing around trying to figure this out together. I think I'm best suited for it, but I don't know that I've earned the respect of my fellow packmates just yet.
Well, she goes, "You're gonna figure out a way. I mean, you might have. I mean, listen. I helped Arwen solidify leadership when she came to our pack, and I told her sometimes you're gonna have to break a few eggs. Sometimes you're gonna have to make some tough choices if you want to lead."
I'm not a stranger to tough choices.
Good, because we're gonna be counting on Hal and Ash going forward in this set. And we don't know. She sits down. She takes out a flask. She offers it to you.
I put my hand up and say no thank you. I appreciate it.
Kind of rolls her eyes a little bit. "All right, Sporto." She uncorks it, takes a big sip, makes a big drink of it, corks it back up. She goes, "Because we don't know exactly how far we can." She looks to the left. She looks to the right. "Count on Mother Winterfang to lead this set."
What are you getting at?
Well, she doesn't even have a proper pack. It's just her and her two kin cousins. I'm sure, I mean, there's better sept leadership when it comes to down to defending this Cairn at its heart. She kind of looks to the left. She kind of looks to the right. Her voice low.
I don't disagree with you because the guidance that we've gotten has been very nonchalant and non-committal in most cases.
I mean, what have you even accomplished with her?
Nothing with her. It's all been built on our backs.
Exactly.
But she did guide us here.
Well,
She pointed this out. It's part of the reason that the Bowkeepers and Hal and Ash know of a place to call home.
oh, we were coming here anyway. We were still expecting Ripcord's people to be here. What happened to
He's long
Ripcord?
gone. Murdered.
Murdered.
Slain.
Violently. By the people we took out.
We've made no small step toward solving that problem.
Takes a drink from her flask again. Feels good. Well, we're here now to help. And we're going to protect her, help protect this care by hook or by crook. Well, we expect help. And we're counting on the Howl and Ash, and we're counting on Mother Winterfang and her cousins to do it. We're just not sure who is capable of actually leading. So I want you to think about that. Get your house straight. And then we'll talk about the set. She corks it. She doesn't even give you a chance to respond. She sorts to stand up. She's not smiling anymore. She kind of looks very serious at this point. She gets up, and as she gets up, you notice Arwen kind of like says a really quick goodbye and kind of whistles her hands in a circle, and the bow keepers all sort of like they're like, well, it's time for us to get going.
Well, don't bring any hookers or crooks around next time you come.
Of course not. So they all shift form, and they all bolt across the lake.
That was an odd departure.
It was quick. It was quick. Honestly, I don't know that I'm necessarily hurt that they're gone as fast as they came. Before we wrap this night up, I did bring some gifts for you guys that I've worked hard for this past couple of weeks. For some of you. Some of you guys are a little bit harder to shop for, but honestly, I think I have more to offer you than just material gifts. My camera's doing weird things. I don't know why. Yep. But I brought some gifts for you tonight. Some of you guys are a little bit harder to shop for than others, but I think I have a lot more to offer than just material goods for those. I look at Wildcord, Ashes, Orin, Orion. Kind of make eyes to follow me over to one of the sheds that we've had built on the cairn. And then I look at Shadowheart and I say, you're welcome to join us as well, as much as you want. And if you want to lay there, get close to the fire and warm your fur. You guys follow me? Do you?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, right before I set my guitar down, I'm going to do the melody of Sandstorm and then set my guitar to the side and follow you. It's like right there, and then I'm just going to wrap it. Bam.
Minutes long.
Just we're just going to do this is radio edit. This is radio edit.
Mother Winterfang, while you are having your conversation, seems to be off by her own, not really interacting even with her cousins. She's actually just cleaning her clave. Cleaning it and sharpening it.
What did you say she's cleaning?
Her clave.
Her clave.
Her clave?
Ritual dagger.
Yeah, her
okay.
her
It's like a
silver
type of
ritual dagger, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
Does anyone else care, or are they still following me? Because I just kind of leave her to it.
I'm leaving her to it, but I'm just confused. I'm confused about everything right now. I'm following you. Though.
She can play with her big sharp thing all she wants.
Well, this is more of a Hal and Ash conversation.
Yeah. Thank you for your help tonight, Mother Winterfang. I say, you're welcome to stay as long as you like. But for now, I've got some business to do with the rest of the pack.
She looks up at you like, well, yeah, I'm going to stay as long as I like. Have fun. She's like, it's my name on the deed.
Understood.
This is my house. You don't have to say goodbye to me. I live here.
We turn, or at least I turn, and begin walking them over toward the shed. And as I arrive at the shed, I open the doors that are mounted. It's a double door, and open it up very similarly how I open the Umbra. Drive the fingers in between, spread the hands, and as the doors come open, inside of it is a snowmobile. And I look at Wildcord, and I say, a gift for you. I know how much you wanted one of these, and it came at no small cost, but also not without any advice from Ashes.
What is this?
It is a snowmobile. Something that you can ride across the ice Enjoy. Save those paws.
This is the most awesome gift I've ever received.
It is not a side-by-side.
No. It's a single seater. And it's specifically for you.
I've never seen a side-by-side snowmobile as a Canadian, so you know.
It sounds awesome, though.
But sitting on its seat is also a bag, and in that bag is a bottle of the finest absinthe that I could procure from the Bowkeeper's Bar. And I pull it out and I present it, and it's quite a lot. This is going to last him a full week because he's addicted. So, you know, but it's quite a lot. And I look at Ashes and I say, this is for you.
My man, this looks nice. And I pop the top off and take a nice swig of it. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff there. Thank you.
You'll be seeing more unicorns before you know it.
And then I turn to Pete, and I approach Pete,
Oren.
and in my pocket, or my apologies, yes, Oren, and I reach into my pocket, and in my pocket is a leather pouch lined with fur on the inside and pulled with leather. And I say, Pete, this is for you. And I reach my hand out and I hand it to him. And I tell him, this was possibly the most costly gift that I could build. And it's homemade. But I wanted to give you something that could protect your anonymity at least once. And it's a wind whistle. It's a Talon.
Oh. I open the pouch, dump it out, look at it, and I'm like, that's handy. That's really handy.
When he looks at it,
Put it
he
back
notices a snake that's been carved into it as a representation of the Ghost Council.
Did you just give him a warp whistle?
Yes, he's going to World 8. He's going to World 8, Super Mario World right now. The mouthpiece is brass. And it's got some good craftsmanship. I hope you enjoy it.
Tuck that into the small pouch on in my flannel that won't disappear if I go into the Umbra. It's safe and protected.
That is actually an item that you can just carry anywhere with you, and it'll go to the Umbra with you.
Okay.
Because it's like a talisman. It's a talon. It's a one-time use talisman. So you can use it once and it will stop working or crumble.
And I look at Orion. And I say, Orion, you're hard to shop for, man. You're the guy who wants for nothing. And the person with the most power. But I have something else to give you, and it's my undying aid.
AIDS?
No, he's already had those. It's fine. But it's my undying aid. Brotherhood. Listen, the Bowkeepers have made something abundantly clear here, guys. We need leadership. We need direction. And we clearly need to agree on that. Now, Ryan brought up naming a pack leader, and 2 weeks ago, and I do believe it's time.
Wildcard whispers to Song of Ashes, I think he just bought second in command.
Leadership isn't about perfection. It's about learning from our past, growing from our mistakes, and using those lessons to guide the pack forward. And look, we've all had missteps, whether with those we once knew or with the family we have now. And despite those challenges, every single one of you have proven your worth as a member of this pack time and time again in a way that only you can. Oren, you're the foundation we stand on, man. Your support gives us stability, and without you, we wouldn't have the safety or the resources that keep us moving forward every day. You've earned my gratitude 100 times over. Wildcord, you are heart. Your mind, your decisions are made with conviction regardless of outcome. That kind of certainty gives the pack strength when we need it most. Ashes, your joy is a light in this darkness. It is so important, and you remind us every time to revel in our victories. Something that are often so short-lived, and we get to move on from them because we're facing another problem. Thank you. And Orion, listen, man, your power, it's something to be feared. You're a protector, and one that all of us are going to sing songs about for eras. A symbol of our pack's might and resilience. I know I've been difficult to deal with these past few weeks, to some more than others. When I say that, I look at Orin. I've had a hard time not only adjusting to my changes, but also to my newfound theology, and I apologize deeply and with humility. I understand that Gaia has a bigger calling for me than God ever did. I have a vision. I have purpose, and that purpose is to ensure that I assist you all in achieving the greatest heights of your dreams and desires, all while we rebuild this cairn into the glory that it once was. We've taken the very first steps in doing so already as a pack, but I believe we can go further. Oren, I know you value your independence, but I hope that you see that your independence is even stronger when surrounded by those who would have your back. Wildcord, your love for life and your friends could thrive here. If we rebuild this cairn together, you will have that joy for as long as my body will make that happen. Ashes, your voice is a gift to this pack and to the world. Fame may be fleeting, but here you'll always have a place where you're valued and celebrated for who you truly are. Not just your human form, but both human and Guru alike. And Orion, you've shown all of us your power in war. And I know you'll lead us to victory in battle yet to come, but I also believe that you have a legacy waiting beyond the battlefield. Your legacy doesn't need to be one that is just built in blood, but it can be one built of wisdom and leadership that will inspire future Guru for ages. Let me help you build that legacy.
Ryan's already got a legacy. It's just written and come.
What I want is simple. I want to lead this pack as a voice of reason and unity, not only rage and destruction, to restore this cairn to its former glory and beyond, so that every Guru has a place here, a place where our hopes and dreams can flourish, a place where the gifts from Gaia flow freely, and Worm's corruption finds no foothold. Together, as keepers of Luna's light, we can restore balance to Gaia and keep her protected. You know my dedication to this pack. Every step I've taken has been to ensure your safety and position us for glory, honor, and wisdom. I've taken chances on offending Gaia herself to eliminate threats like Orin Stalker for us. I've thrown myself between Dratasi to heal our most powerful, Orion. I've called out strategy to our team and given clear instruction that ensured victory. Whether that happened according to the plan or not, and I needed to understand that, it was still victory. I've given up my convictions that would have clouded my judgment and made me a poor leader prior. Some convictions stay. My care for my brothers and sisters are foundational teaching I grew up with. I've only learned now that my brothers and sisters are you. This is my family. And I will fight for each of you with everything I have. If you'll have me as your leader, I will die treating you all with the honor that you deserve and honor that trust with every fiber of my being. Together, as keepers of Luna's light, we will restore balance to Gaia, protect her, and reclaim the glory that is our birthright. I take a deep breath, and I step back, and I survey the pack.
Man, that was intense.
Wildcord is stunned and switches to Glabro to clap in that form.
Give me a rage check to make sure you keep your rage.
I'm definitely doing that.
I know. I love it. I think it's great. I just want to make sure you keep your rage.
I gotta find the tab.
And speech are half that amazing.
Not a man of his many ways.
There we go.
Drop a rage. So you're down to rage 1, but you still go to Glabro and you clap, which is awesome and appropriate. Love it.
I place my hand on Elwyn's shoulder and tell him that I appreciate his kind words. And I'm proud to call him my brother. But a speech isn't going to cut it. If you want leadership, we're going to go toe to toe.
Actually, before we do that, before we go toe to toe, because there is multiple forms of conflict in Werewolf, I would like Elwyn Bell to make a manipulation plus persuasion check versus your resolve plus composure, Haggard. Not changing anything that was just said, but I just want to see how that goes. So your manipulation plus persuasion, Elwyn, versus resolve plus composure versus Orion Long.
I'd like to point out too, we're like pretty much right at the halfway point here, 7:37.
As soon as we hit,
At least my time.
Yep, we are going to hit.
It seems like it's about to go into some stuff. Yeah.
Yep, we're going to hit a break just after we do this roll.
I'm
Thank
doing
you
my
for letting
roll
me-
now.
Yep.
Okay.
And these are rage dice, right? We include two rage dice for our rage.
Two rage dice, yep. Oh my god. All right, so Nerdwire, or your speech was very compelling. You got a critical success in your speech. Haggard, you still got 3 successes as well, but he got 4 plus. So he got 5 successes to your 3. So take 2 superficial willpower damage. Willpower damage, not physical damage, but it's his speech had an effect on you. You're not to the point where you're willing to give up yet at all. You've just taken 2 superficial willpower damage. And at this point, we're going to pick up in a few minutes, folks. I'm going to put on some BRB. I want to give my stars here a chance to use the latrine, grab a drink, take a quick breather, and we'll be right back for even more drama. So make sure you're back here in roughly 10 minutes. All right, everybody. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad during those 10 minutes to get rid of any pre-rolls. Here we go, guys.
Under the moon's pale whisper, claws grip the earth so tight. Silent forests call their name in the dead of the night. Greed pours oil, shadows creep in every silent grove. Werewolves rise for Gaia's breath, they fiercely rove. Run through silver streams, fight the poison black. Hear the heartbeat of the wild, there's no turning back. Corruption's grip on the land, we tear it asunder with the house of rage. We guard Gaia's wonder. City lights, a blinding light, concrete spreads like flame. Bodies broken by the grind, souls stripped of their name. Sacred groves, ancient tales, lost in greedy schemes. Werewolves gather, bound by blood, to reclaim their dreams. Run through silver streams, fight the poison black. Hear the heartbeat of the wild, there's no turning back. Corruption's grip on the land, we tear it asunder with the house of rage. We guard Gaia's wonder. Ancient spirits whispering in the oak and pine. Echoes of a world at peace, lost in wounds of time. Murdered lands for gold and steel, sky choked with greed. Werewolves rise, the storm of earth, the earth's stormy steed. Moonlight bathing, broken lands, tears and shadows fall. Echoes of the lupine call, through the wild they'll crawl. Heart beats fast, sharp into In shadows we gathered, the moon whispered low, from the ashes of Gaia where rivers cease to flow. Dark fury rising, claws scraping the sky, with teeth bared for battle and fury in our eyes. We run through the wastelands, the earth gone to dust. Silent echoes of forebears, in vengeance we trust. The world spawn upon us, our ranks standing thin, but the howl of the galliard will never let them win. Howling winds of doom, we heed the call. Tales of the apocalypse, we stand tall. In the darkest hour we'll make our stand, for the fallen king and the forgotten land. Embers of the forest, the whispers of the dead. With each breath we remember the blood we've shed. Cities that crumble under blackened night, our story in the wind, etched by the fight. Through lifetimes of sorrow, with shadows we blend. Galliard's tale turning, in the night we descend. Cursed by their darkness, blessed by our rage. On the edge of destruction we write our own page. To the camp's heart we return, scarred and beat, yet the spirit of warriors will never meet defeat. In the ghost of the world that once was pure, we sing the lore of warriors fierce and sure. Under the moon's pale whisper.
Twice you've called your bathroom the latrine, and then I've watched Men in Tights that night.
Nice. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. That was a quick break. Where we last left off, Haggard Hessian, Orion Long and Elwyn Bell were in a I want to be the leader kind of contest. And it was much more dramatic than that. So it's great. I'm enjoying it. When we left off, there was a roll where Haggard had lost 2 superficial willpower, but now it was his turn to make a retort.
And now everybody has popcorn.
How would you like to respond to Elwyn Bell?
Dang, I don't have popcorn.
As I stated, I'm not exactly a man of many words, and while I don't have gifts for everybody, I will say that while you've stood here and struggled with losing your god, I have been embracing our change day after day, week after week. At every turn, I have put the safety of this pack before even myself. And I think it's very clear that had I not, most of us probably wouldn't still be here.
Well, damn.
I agree with your prowess on the battlefield. And I know I've had my struggles as I illustrated, but I've been willing to put myself right in the line of fire, even while still dealing with that struggle personally, internally. I've done everything I possibly can for the pack and for you as one of the most powerful here.
You've spent weeks stewing over your personal issues with other packmates. If you can't brush things aside or resolve them without holding grudges, how do you expect to be able to lead?
I've also spent weeks putting those two aside.
Oh,
The last 2 weeks.
before we go on further, Haggard, I want you to make a manipulation plus persuasion check. Or actually, give me manipulation plus intimidation, because you've been a little bit more upfront with the violence aspect. Give me manipulation plus intimidation versus resolve and composure from Elwyn Bell.
Mm.
2 successes. All right, so you do not take any superficial willpower damage, Elwyn. You are not sufficiently intimidated to stop your course of action. Haggard does not take any further superficial willpower damage because you were not on the attack. It is your turn, Nerdwire.
I spent the last 2 weeks getting over myself and understanding my place in this world. Putting in the work, putting in the time, lifting up this cairn, and ensuring that we are building this place for everyone, not just for glory, not just for self-servience. The battlefield isn't the only place that we need success. We need success here too.
All right. I want you to give me a manipulation plus persuasion check. You do get your bonus, your specialty to negotiation. Remember that.
Okay. And we add in our highest renown.
Yes. Oh, you forgot to add in your highest renown, Haggard, which is 3. as
I
well.
did too that last round too. So
Okay.
And what am I doing?
You're going to make a resolve plus composure plus your glory. Your glory, I think, is 3, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you said resolve plus composure.
Composure plus glory, yes. Two successes as well. No, 1 success. So take 1 superficial willpower damage, Haggard, as his argument is starting to kind of wear you down mentally. If you get to 0 willpower because they're superficial, you're gonna have to relent. So at this point, you have a couple options. You can keep negotiating, or you can change the tenor of the contest and punch him in the face. But right now he is using words to kind of beat you down. So you have options. I'm going to give you, because you're actually getting pissed at this, 1 more rage.
Okay.
So you're up to 3 rage.
Yeah, not to get in here, guys, but
Okay. Well,
to just give some context here from me. You know, Orion, you, no matter what's going down, you're go mode, man. You look forward, you see past whatever crap is happening, you have a goal in your mind, and you go for it. You are our blue bandana wearing Leonardo. And, you know, in that same token there, Elwyn, you know about all this spiritual stuff going on, and you can see the bigger picture, and you can behind the scenes when you're not needing to focus on other stuff that could be handled by someone else. you put in the work and you get so into stuff and you crack the code and you get it. And you are wearing a purple bandana, my man. You are our Donatello here. And, that's how I've always seen it. I'm just going to let you guys stew on that a bit.
Song of
I
Ashes.
think you got that a little mixed up, man.
Time out. I know what he said. I know what the intention was. I want Song of Ashes to give me a manipulation plus persuasion check against Nerdwire's Resolve plus Composure. I want you to add your highest renown to that as well, Song of Ashes. So I think that's, what are you at? What's your highest renown? I might give you Shade +1.
Honor and Glory are both 2.
All right, so add 2 to this roll. So of manipulation plus persuasion. You don't get the... Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
And that's with Rage?
That's with Rage, yep.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Resolve plus Composure, Nerdwire, plus your Wisdom.
Yep.
You take 3 points of superficial willpower damage as the Shade kind of...
Who does?
You do. Elwin
Why do I?
Because
I did the first roll.
Oh, you did the first... Oh, sorry. Never
I
mind.
was like, why do I?
Oh, I misread that. I thought that top roll was Wildwood's. Okay, you do not take any damage. You don't take any damage either, Wildwood, but you have no effect on Nerdwire. Your Shade has 0 effect on him. He's just like, whatever, brah.
Oh, I wasn't trying to throw no shade on either of them, but fair enough. That was supposed to be a compliment, but okay.
No. It's a total compliment, but Leonardo's the leader.
Yep.
Yeah, Leonardo is the leader, yeah.
As a player here, I know what you were saying.
That's why I said I think you got it wrong, man. Because he goes in head first all the time. He's not Leonardo. He's Raphael.
You're
What
one
a
of
nerd! What a freaking nerd fight going on right now.
I love
Yeah, right.
A werewolf nerd fight.
I actually see Pete as our Raph. Like, he heads off hunting on his own and stuff. He's like, fuck the crew. I'm gonna go do my thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. That's the same thing.
I think there's one thing we can all agree
I can
as
tell you
players
who
is
runs
that
the party
Wildcord is
way
my
too
team.
much.
Wildcord is Michelangelo.
Exactly. If we want to keep this going here, I'm just making more my point.
Yeah. So does that make Tindy April?
Venus to Milo.
This is starting to feel like a real crew we got. Hot damn.
Right?
All right.
Wait,
Means that
I didn't
Tindy's
get in
sitting
there.
back here judging you
Makes me
guys.
light blue.
Does anyone else have anything? Before I get back to Haggard and Nerdwire, because they're kicking ass drama wise. Do either Pete and Repeat, Toasty, or Wildcord want to add anything else?
I am watching
Wildcard
this
is just
go down.
Wildcard's just deeply pissed that he's not Donatello, but he's not going to say anything.
Okay. All right,
We just want to party a little too much.
back to Orion and Elwin. At this point, she has stopped sharpening her clave and is actively looking at the 6 of you.
I bet she is.
Actually, Orion is next.
Yep.
I understand why to you it looks like all I've done is run in head first. Maybe at first, our first encounter, for sure. But since then, I have done nothing but consider the output and information each and every single one of you has given. I listened to you, which is something that's very important for a leader to do, is to listen to their pack. Not just to lead and expect them to follow blindly, but to consider how they feel. Anytime you or Oren have come up with one of your convoluted plans that always seem to fail, I was still there. And every time one of those plans failed, I did everything in my power to make sure that every single one of you made it out of there alive. That being said, Song of Ashes has already given his opinion. How do the rest of you feel?
rope it.
I just want to know why you want it. I know why he wants it. Everybody said he wants it. But why do you want it? Why do you want the job?
I don't know that I would say that it's something that I want, per se. But I think that I may be the most capable at leading this pack, so that we don't end up in the same position that the last pack ended up in, which is dead.
You know, politician answers are the same, whether you're a politician or a wolf, and they suck. So how about you give me your real answer?
Because I like the power.
You see, now that's the answer I don't like. Because real leaders don't want the power. They want to serve.
I just told you the exact opposite, and you didn't buy that either. So I'm just telling you what you think you want to hear.
Exactly. 'Cause I hate fucking politicians.
No, I mean with the previous answer, I was telling you what you wanted to hear, that I wanted power. If I wanted power, we would have had this conversation a long time ago. If I just wanted power and thought it was about power, we wouldn't be having a conversation right now.
Why are we
Ellen
having
would
this
be through that
conversation
fucking
now?
wall. Because it's something that needs to happen. It's something that's needed to happen for a while. It's something that I brought up previously. And instead of addressing it, you, went shopping? Instead of having a conversation?
I made sacrifice instead of having a conversation.
No, this is no different than what you did
choices.
before. This is no different than what you did before.
What did I do before?
Just like when you told Orin that you were over your issues with him, and then weeks later brought it back up.
It wasn't the same thing, but
You're
I understand.
manipulative. And that is not something I want in a leader.
Real quick timeout. I do want to, because we don't know the mechanics in the situation
Right.
we're in. You may there is a chance to also, if you wanted to use like your strength and dexterity. By the example is crushing something. Is so you can use strength with intimidation if that's something you wanted to do. Just putting that out there because we don't know.
I don't think I'm there yet.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
But now you know.
Okay. Yep. Like I said, and this is something that I brought up. And in response, you decided to go out and buy gifts for everyone to try to win their approval and catch me off guard.
To be completely
You're
honest,
You're gonna sit here and say that I'm the one acting like a politician?
To be completely honest, Ryan, I didn't know that you were going to make a vie for this. You have never once spoken up and said that you wanted to be a leader to me. You've never once exhibited any interest toward it because we've never once had a discussion about it. You brought it up that we need to select a leader. You never spoke who when you brought it up. I spent the last 2 weeks, yes, getting gifts for these people in apology. Not to make a play, but to show them that I have been listening to them and what they want and what they dream and what they desire. They don't want to just be protected, they want to thrive.
But until now, that's all we've had. Sure, maybe we're now at a point
So let's change
where we can
that.
focus on other things. But up until now, this whole place wasn't going to be here. Now we have that opportunity. Now we can focus on other things. Now I can focus on other things. But up until now, my only focus was keeping every single one of you alive.
And it was the same with me, sir.
So what do you suggest?
Who are you asking?
You?
I suggest a vote. If you want to play it that way. At the end of the day, Orion, when I looked at you and I said to you, "You're my brother," I meant it. I didn't mean I was going to come to blows with you.
And I meant it as well. But I do not respect the way that you went about this.
I still have nothing but the utmost respect for you.
Orion, give me a manipulation plus leadership test. Orion, Elwin, give me a resolve plus composure test.
Not using the renown?
You get to use your renown, yes. Everyone gets to use their renown.
You said manipulation and leadership?
And leadership, yep. Oh. Okay, so 4, 5, 6 versus 5. Take a superficial willpower wound, Elwin, as Haggard, and I'm sorry, I apologize, as Orion comes in with some really, really impactful stuff. It doesn't change your mind completely, but it takes everyone else aback a little bit. Sorry, I do apologize, Tindy. We did this. This has been coming up for a while. This will not take the entire night. I do apologize.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I've actually been debating about whether or not to ask if I could interject.
Of course, you can interject. Never ask. Just do.
Yep, just go for it with this crew.
Well, I wasn't sure whether or not my character currently had the standing to do so. But my character, Shadowheart, having had been on the periphery of all of this squabbling, gets very annoyed and comes sauntering by, and she points out to everybody that here y'all are squabbling as the two-leggeds that you are, when y'all are what caused all of these problems. You are why we are here. You know nothing of what it is to live in balance with Gaia. You are why my life has been uprooted and caused me to be kicked out of my own pack. You don't know what it's like to truly be one of a pack. Every member of a pack has a place and a role. And all I hear is me, me, me. That is how we got here, is me, me, me.
I would like Tindy Shadowheart to roll her manipulation plus persuasion for me with her highest renown, which I know is a 2 honor. I mean, a 2 something. Where'd it go? So, Tindy, you're going to roll what you're going to pick, because this is your first roll you've ever made. You're going to take your wits, which is 3, plus your persuasion, which is 1. So we're up to 4 dice. You're going to select 2 of the red dice. And as soon as your character sheet catches up, I can tell you what the rest of it's supposed to look like.
Now, while we're waiting, I have a question.
Shoot.
Since, or maybe it's better to roleplay this, but he wants to put it to a vote. Not every member of the pack is here.
It's a good point. That's a good point. You get to add 2 more to that. So you would roll a total of, looks like you're rolling a total of 6, with 6 of those dice being 2 of the red ones. So select.
Okay, so
go ahead.
4 greens and 2 reds.
That's correct. 4 greens, 2 reds. Tindy's first roll. Let's see if the dice love her or not.
Oh,
No.
rage.
Well, I mean, I feel pretty rageful.
Oh, you do actually. You actually had your very first roll as a bestial failure. If you get double teeth, that means you fail in a way that's more bestial than epic. So it comes out as you have this impassioned speech that you knew would completely get your pack, your real pack, your original pack back on your side if they could have only seen it. But amongst this group of 2 legs, unfortunately to the rest of you, it just sounded like primitive spitting and growling, and you didn't hear any of it at all.
That's funny. I kind of imagined I did a whole lot of growling and spitting.
To you, she sounded like Taz. To her, she was the most eloquent wolf that's ever been. And it pisses you off because you realize that when you look at their stupid 2-legged faces, that they're not even understanding what you're saying, and you get angry enough that your rage increases by 1.
They're being such 2-leggeds.
And Wildcord elbows Song of Ashes and says, "Was that the pikey version of Wolf?"
So unfortunately, it is confirmed that our dice also hate Tindy.
Yeah.
Hey, at
everyone.
least I know it's not, speciesist. It also hates cats, so it's fine.
All right, so no, she doesn't. It's great. Mother Winterfang is like, she's over there just with her palm in her hand, head in her palm. But continue, guys. You guys are putting it up to a vote. So sorry.
Is there something I would be rolling here to possibly realize that she's not normally a human, something feral about her, so to speak?
We know.
We don't have to roll. It's natural for us to be able to know another werewolf is a werewolf.
It's like a wolf, you mean, originally?
Yeah, no, and she told you.
She told you she was born a wolf.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. Gotcha, okay.
I think. So I know for the most part her speech didn't really get through to any of us. But knowing that she's actually come from a pack previously, I ask her how the pack would handle this sort of situation.
I hope the answer is violence.
I know that usually the answer would kind of be violence.
That's kind of, yeah. A lot of hissing.
Not always. I realize you would like to believe that might always wins. But not always in a true pack does that occur. The one who rallies the pack to them leads.
Then Song of Ashes should be our leader. We rally around his song.
True.
He's never asked for it, and the leader doesn't want power. They deserve it.
Does not. Who has the pack in mind? Surely, yes, a great warrior is very valuable to a pack, but a leader does that not make. Flowery words does a pack not make. But a leader must have clarity of thought to know where to take their pack to get what they need. When the prey goes, we must follow. Who shall take us there? When the winters come, brute force will not get you through the snow. Words will not get you through the snow.
You are so our April O'Neil.
Me, Tarzan,
for
you,
sure.
Jane.
All right, Timmy, I want you to do the same roll you just made. You can probably just hit roll again if you want. It's four. No, because you have 3 rage now. But make the same roll you made. I think it's going to be a different outcome, but that was a great speech.
6 dice, 3 red.
Did you really not get a single success?
Man, this
Not a single failure. though.
this dog, man.
All right, no. She managed the speech, but she doesn't do any willpower damage to anyone. But the speech comes out this time. It's not disastrous, thankfully. I'm just really pissed off at the dice right now because we're doing a whole social combat thing here, and I kind of want it to go well, and well, it's not.
It's kind of just, yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to my bag and just grab my little notebook out.
Yep.
I'm gonna rip out sheets of paper and I'm gonna start drawing boxes
Okay.
with everybody's name on them.
All right.
That's it. Plain and simple. And
I will again point out that not every member of the pack is here. And until then, I'm not voting.
If we're talking about Norman, I think we could probably all agree she'd be voting for you. If everyone can't agree on that, maybe we wait to vote. But
I mean, I
What's
probably, but
Mother Winterfang raises
who
her hand.
knows?
She goes, well, if I was going to vote for anyone, I would vote for Morrowind, she says. But I'm not voting for anyone. She goes back to sharpening her clave, deadly weapon to all Guru. She seems to have no shame about doing this in the open.
Sometimes you
what's your
gotta
reasoning,
kill.
Mother
Sometimes
Winterfang?
people need killing. Like, she's perfectly in her rights to have it.
You're like, hey, can I see that real quick?
Horrifying weapon.
Oh my god. Haggard! Stop trying to kill my character!
Boy,
Oh, man.
how would that? Oh man, that'd be so good.
You'd be breaking a Chronicle tenant to be the leader, just to let you know.
We
Ritual
do
challenge, ritual
need a leader imminently. Otherwise, the Heart Wardens are going to eat our lunch. Like, we can't be at each other's throats with a threat.
Ritual
like
challenge
that.
allows for Guru death, so he wouldn't be breaking a Chronicle talent. That's the problem with what's going on right now. But
Do you
speaking
guys
of, while I do
really
that-
want? Do you really want a man who would kill a wolf? Who would kill for leadership? Kill one of us?
You say the Heart Wardens would be at our
Excuse me.
throat.
As a character, I never said that.
As I'm getting that out, but you say the Heart Wardens would be at our throat. I'm like, hey, what did she say to you when she pulled you away? By the way,
To who?
Alwyn.
I tell him. She asked me
Really?
why I had not made a vie for leadership. She also told me, in no small terms, because player knowledge, by the way, as a child of Gaia, I cannot lie. He's asked me something. I can't lie for personal gain. They also told me that they don't know why Mother Winterfang is here.
Stop.
It's her island.
Stonks.
I
have
interject
issues
and
with
say that I was also asked why I hadn't vied for leadership yet.
So wait a second. You all are pulling your dicks out and measuring because those two
Whoa! Back up, sir.
decided to stir the pot.
It is far from that.
I did not walk in here with the intention of this conversation. We were asked to follow.
Ryan's dick doesn't need measuring. It's a published spec.
It's been out all day.
We were asked to follow Elwin in here because he had gifts for us. And as soon as he presented his gifts to each and every one of you, he made this
somebody
speech.
else told him it'd be a
Listen.
good idea for him to make
Okay.
such a speech.
I
Listen.
prepped these gifts far before prepping this speech.
Okay, sure.
And you were told, what were you told tonight? Oh, you should probably vie for leadership too? Is it a coincidence that was said on the same damn night? Are you all just thinking that this is a coincidence?
Not at all.
I know I'm a conspiracy theorist, but that seems kind of suspect to fucking me.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
And I think at the end of the day, we know their background. We know their background. And I know what they're trying to do is start infighting, which is the last thing that I want to do. I do not want to fight with Orion. I don't want to fight with Orion. I don't want to lose a single one of you for leadership. Because we have a bigger threat than just whatever else we've been facing right now. We've got a threat to our home. And I've said as much in private to Wildcord and Ashes about their background and me not being cool with them.
Are we a pack or are we having private conversations with everybody? Because at this point, it seems like everyone's having discussions that are not a group. This should be a we, not an I. And in
That being said,
situation, I vote for Song and I'm going home. And I walk out of I'm walking away.
Mother Winterfang stands up. I will ask you what they said about me later. We'll talk about that later. But it was never my intention to bring the six of you originally together to see you fight like this. I knew eventually one day one of you would vie for leadership. I just hoped that I had hoped that it would be more amicable. I'm going to let you solve it exactly the way you want to. It's up to you. But just know it was never my intention to make this happen to you. It was never my intention to put you at each other's throats. Just in case you're thinking maybe down the line that was my intention. She takes the clave, she spins it around, and she sheathes it underneath her jacket. She puts on some gloves. I'm going to leave you to the cairn with some advice. Shadowheart was not wrong. Completely. We have a different dynamic than wolf packs because of many of us are born human. But a leader is only as good as the people who follow him. So before you tear yourselves apart over leadership, just remember what makes you a pack. Thanks for the wonderful night, and I will see you again shortly. She kind of goes down a different path than the one Pete went. You see her pull out her clave again, slit it up, open up a hole in the gauntlet, and just walk through it.
As she leaves, I stare down Nerdwire. Elwin. There's too many Elwins. Referencing what Oren said before he walked out about secret conversations and Elwin's previous comment about his issues with Wildcord and Song of Ashes. I say you've had an issue with every single person here.
False. Never once had an issue with Ashes. Never once had an issue with Wildcord other than the fact that he probably shouldn't be driving.
And yet you bought me a vehicle. Have you tried to kill me?
I acknowledged. Oh my god.
I refuse to entertain this any longer. I have zero respect for you. That being said, My vote is also for Song of Ashes. And I walk past him, hitting him with my shoulder, with the intention of knocking him down.
Give me a strength plus intimidation check. And I want you to give me a strength plus dexterity plus athletics check, Nerdwire.
Oh, he's attacking Wildwood, not Nerdwire?
No, he's attacking Nerdwire. No, he's attacking everybody. I don't know who he's attacking. I've had some white claws.
I thought he was
Elwyn.
looking into Song of Ashes on the way by.
No, Elwyn.
Oh,
My bad.
Had 2 successes out of the 2 dice that I have.
that's
I don't think
really
he's
good.
gonna vote for Song of Ashes to lead the pack and then body check him out of the floor. But
I've
Yeah.
seen 2 things happen.
Yep. Body checks him down. Body checks him. Doesn't knock him off his feet, but definitely gives him a nice hip check with the shoulder.
And I leave the room.
And he leaves the room. So that's
You guys hear my really old... Mine's not new, like Wild Chords. My really old snowmobile is firing up in the distance, and it's got to warm up, but it's down on the ice. Crappily warming up. I don't have a nice one like freaking Wild Chord does. All mine's old.
wow, there were a lot of channel points spent on this. Okay, so that's 2 votes for Song of Ashes. Well, how does Wildcord vote? Or does he vote?
Wildcord can't vote. Wildcord nominated.
Oh, okay. Well, no, we're not parliamentary here. You get to vote if you nominate in America.
Well, obviously, I vote for the person I nominated.
Okay. Elwyn. Who does Elwyn Bell vote for? Ooh.
I crumple the paper in my hand. I nod my head. I didn't really want the power anyway. I just wanted to make sure the pack was safe and that we had prosperity. I just hope you guys understand that. I'll stand with Ashes. I trust him. I hope you still trust me. Pocket the paper. Walk on out. Transform into Lupus. Start making my way across the lake.
Well, I'm going to give Song of Ashes a ride on my new snowmobile.
Actually, that leaves us with Song of Ashes. Actually,
On your lap or behind you?
Yeah, well, I mean, wow. I legit had no idea that anyone had these thoughts. But yeah, I mean, I'm honored, and to be fair, Garu kind and bringing you guys together and keeping us together, and I haven't really had a focus on any specific thing, but I guess if you guys all think I'm making the right decision, I've definitely been trying to think things through, and I'll try to do the best I can. Try to be the best bard and leader.
I think you're just in a room with Wildcord and Shadowheart.
You're in there in the shed. With the snowmobile, Shadowheart, and Wildcord.
I'd probably still be saying it if they would just be staying in the room after that craziness.
and the
I'm
Green Fairy.
blindsided.
Don't forget the
Oh,
Green
yeah.
Fairy. And the Green Fairy.
Yeah, the green.
Oh yeah, that green fairy already knows my inner thoughts.
That's pretty fantastic, honest.
All right, so I'm going to... Predictions closed. Outcome.
I don't know. Wait, did I? Am I on a snowmobile?
Yes.
Oh man, everybody lost points.
I
Nobody
honestly,
got points.
I didn't realize that one person implied that another character was doing something. They were just doing that. I thought this was just another fantasy thing that he just like envisioned me on this snowmobile with him.
No. When you are done your speech, I'm taking you away on the snowmobile.
When mine warms up, I realize, because I'm not thinking I was pissed. I head back up the hill because obviously mine's on the ice,
Yep.
and I go look for Shadowheart because I'll hear a wild chords going up,
Yep.
and I'll ask Shadowheart, "You want to stay here? You want to ride back? I'll walk back with you and show you how to get to my actual home if you want, or I can stay here with you until the morning. I don't want to leave you alone. You're new to us, and I'm sorry you had to see all of that being new."
Being in agreement with Oren, I'm really, really unimpressed by this showing of behavior from these people.
Words. Using words. Unimpressed by words, of course, Tarzan.
These male two-legged.
Frickin' A. I really no longer want to be here. So I
So you want to go home where we're at?
She doesn't know.
I want to go. No,
That's where he's invited her. Do you want to come with us or do you want to stay here?
You're gone,
I
Elwin.
wasn't-
Shush it.
I was not informed of these things. I was asked politely if I wanted to leave with Oren. Forget the rest of you guys. Oren so far is the only one who's not been a jackrabbit, so
Yeah, but you're
am
going to be
hostile.
super pissed when you get there and realize I'm already passed out on the damn couch.
All right, so what I want to do is I want to fast forward a little because everyone's kind of gone in their own direction. I want to fast forward to the next day so we get a chance to get people back together. Their heads have had a chance to calm. So we can not have everyone off in 7 different directions.
Well, I'll get Cindy back to the cabin and make her as comfortable as possible. Hospitality galore.
Absolutely. So it's a nice cabin. It's a 2-legged cabin, Tindy. You've probably avoided them your entire life. Very much so. Probably avoided them your entire life because that's where bad things happen. But he seems to be inviting you in.
kind of smells like two-leggeds here.
Great, we've got a racist wolf on our hands.
You know
We
what?
deserve this. We were just born this way, Shadowheart.
I hate to be the one to tell y'all, but I think I'm going to be a little bit of a racist.
Oh, no.
If you
Speciesist, not racist. Let's correct that. Speciesist.
Okay, that's very true.
Don't say that.
Clip
And
that.
Cynthia, if you're out there, please, dear God, don't clip that.
Don't clip that.
If you couldn't have told from my speech, I really have some feelings about my current situation, and it's all y'all's fault. So
It's not our fault. It's everyone that came before us.
Yeah.
Way to blame everybody because of the actions of our ancestors.
isn't that the way?
This is America. Won't catch me slipping up.
I don't like where this is going.
but still feeling despite the fact that I feel like I don't like or trust the two-leggeds, I get a sense that I feel like I can, at least for now, trust Oren, so I follow Oren inside, but I stay in my lupus form.
I will give you, because I know you're more, everything is natural. I will pull down some of the buckskins we have done. And we actually have a bearskin rug. That's real. So,
Then
give you that
he
to lay
puts the
on
collar
wherever
on
you
her,
want. No, I'm not going to set her up like an actual pet.
the name tag.
Lay on.
Hey,
Yo, this is complicated, y'all.
It
you
is.
don't get to keep me.
I'm putting stuff down so you can have a bed. Everybody else has beds or couches. but you're staying in lupus form, so I figured I'd make you a bed.
Thank you.
Ties her up to a post outside.
Stop it.
No.
All right, so does everyone go back to the cabin at night, or do people? Let me know if anyone goes out and does anything.
I left and went to the bar for sure.
Not Wild Country, right?
Not Wild Country.
Do you go to the new bar, the Bowkeeper's bar?
Yeah, the new bar.
That place is hopping. They're doing pretty well in Lake Blackwater. They're all back. They're running the bar, and they're all, they're very happy to see you. Tamsin lets you in, doesn't even make you pay cover charge, because there's a cover charge at this bar, which is pretty strange. Because Ryan we don't know if Ryan survived vampire yet, so we don't even know if that's happened. We're weeks behind the vampire. Everyone, Arwen comes up to you. She's like, "So, you're here alone. What happened?"
Based off of the conversation that was had between us as a pact, I don't divulge any information to her, really. Just kind of shrug it off and it's like, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, don't worry about it. You drink here free tonight.
I appreciate that.
You do whatever, mi casa, su casa.
Get on the bar and helicopter. No, just kidding.
What does Elwyn Bell do tonight?
I take an extremely slow walk back to Oren's cabin.
In Lupus, correct?
Yes, in Lupus. As I'm walking, Wildcord and Ashes blow past me, showering me with snow on the snowmobile.
Hell yes.
I shake my fur.
While Ashes is just like, loser!
Shake my fur. Just kind of contemplating the way that went down, thinking in my head, what just happened?
Ooh,
the last thing I wanted to do was make enemies. It was not my intention at all. Just wanted to unite the pack. I'm frustrated. I mostly am frustrated with the outcome, not so much with how it went down. Should be expected. Thinking about Oren, thinking about Wildcord, thinking about Ashes. But they're kind of on back of mind. I've got Orion to front of mind, who, as he exited, gave me a pretty clear message that he absolutely does not like me for reasons that I don't really fully understand. I don't.
Sure about that?
Yes, I'm positive.
I think I made it clear.
I am positive.
I think I made it
the
clear.
thing is, no. Hold on.
It's okay. Keep role playing. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
For reasons that Elwyn does not fully understand or comprehend, other than the fact of my behavior prior, which trying to make apology for was obviously rejected, and that's totally okay. But as I'm walking, I ask for a sight from beyond.
Ooh, okay. Sight from beyond. Nice. Let me just get open to the page real quick, just so I get so I'm doing this right. That is, Sight of Beyond is a Theurge gift, if I'm correct.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
If I could point out while he's doing that,
Page 153, sir.
Thank you.
part of my issue, and this is me as Haggard, not
As a player.
We're avoiding bleed by this conversation, folks. Go ahead.
Yep.
Please continue.
right. So part of my issue being that, you were basing you were vying for leadership or whatever based on the fact that you weren't acting the same as you were, or that your past actions, shouldn't be looked upon when these people are voting for you for leadership, and you're standing there telling me that my past actions are why I shouldn't be leader, as part of why Orion has an issue with you.
Okay. I think I understand. As a player, I think I understand.
Yeah.
I was hoping, again, out of character, I was hoping the apology and the acknowledgement of where I was weeks ago and what I'm trying to give up and what I'm trying to course correct would be heard and understood. And I think for the most part, the people that received gifts did. I didn't know what to offer Orion, and I can understand why there would be also some rage there too.
Yeah, where's my fucking snowmobile? You bought me a snowmobile.
Well, listen, as a player, I rolled around the
A lot
idea.
of Prince Albert talk to be fair.
Yes, as a player, I rolled around the idea of getting you a Prince Albert and making it a talisman of sorts that you could use. And then the more I thought about that as a player, the more icky I felt about it. So I chose not to do it. So
I felt really icky about it too.
All right.
You, just, you do not buy a man genital jewelry.
but I think Orion would have appreciated it. All right, so
And
what you got?
just to be clear, I made it a point to kind of just go in what I thought would be probably the most unexpected direction, just to throw you off, because I feel like you thrive when you have these speeches planned, and you've been doing the the work and all the RPing outside of the actual streams. So you have all of it in your mind, how this is going to go or how it might go. So by me saying, you know what, Song of Ashes would throw you off and have to make you just kind of react. So, yeah.
I think it went well. As a player, I think it went well. But anyway, Zed, you wanted to time us out.
I just wanted to excuse her. Continue.
You threw an X up on us.
No. All right. So you were going to use Safe from Beyond. Where were you using that? On the lake?
I have made it off of the. I feel like I would have made it off of the lake at this point. I'm still in Lupus. I'm nowhere near the cabin. But I'm trying to commune with Gaia and Luna and begin to understand the ramifications of what I've done. There's prayer that is there. And a lot of it is again an internal struggle of, as a character, as Elwyn, an internal struggle of still trying to forgive himself for his past grievances and not knowing fully whether or not his pack is still with him or not, and then very clearly being told that Orion has zero respect for me. So I am trying. I want to see what are the possible ramifications, or just ask for some sort of confirmation that my actions were received and understood appropriately, and what other penance I need to pay.
All right. So you spend the willpower to provoke this. That's what it costs you. You don't need to make an intelligence plus resolve check. You just need to spend a willpower to provoke this. You're in your room. In the dim light of your room, you drift into a deep sleep. And a vivid dream unfolds before you. You find yourself standing amidst a bustling crowd in front of a New York State Capitol in Albany. The air is electric with anticipation. Banners wave and the emblem of Lake Blackwater is prominently displayed, signaling a connection to your current hometown. You look to your left, you look to your right. You see members of your pack walking off in different directions, as if walking away from each other. And as you look towards the grand steps of the Capitol, Mayor Hayes stands forward, a confident smile on his face. The crowd erupts into applause, and he raises his hand in acknowledgement. Reporters clamor for his attention, and you overhear snippets of conversation praising his unexpected rise to governorship. The atmosphere is filled with hope and a sense of new beginnings. Suddenly, the scene shifts. You find yourself in a dimly lit room, the walls adorned with historical maps of New York State. Mayor Hayes sits at a large wooden desk, poring over documents. His expression is serious, and shadows flicker across his face, hinting at the challenges that lie before him as spreading the verdant blight beyond Lake Blackwater. Far beyond Lake Blackwater. And you get a sense that if your pack is united, you can stop this. But if your continued disunity continues, Hayes will win.
Okay.
I've got water right here. It's just special water.
It's fizzy water.
It's a bit spicy.
It's a spicy water. It tastes like TV static with a
Yes.
fruit being yelled from the other room.
Oh, no, this one's terrible. This is the Surge, and this is really bad. It's like
Oh,
turpentine.
Oh no.
God, it is spicy water.
Yes. All right, so that's the dream that you receive while you sleep through the night.
Do I do anything with that, or do we move on to another character? Because it's still nighttime, and we haven't heard what everybody else has done.
I'm about ready to move on to Song of Ashes and Wildcourt, who
Okay.
escaped via snowmobile.
Yes,
Where
we're
do you
shredding.
go after you escape? Do you go somewhere to celebrate? Do you just go back to the cabin? What do you two decide to do? Or where does Wildcourt kidnap Song of Ashes is a better question.
That's what it's. Yeah, I'm following Wildcourt's lead here.
You like Dumb and Dumber?
I just listened to an hour of squabbling political bullshit that was all for nothing because we ended up picking my buddy Ashes as the leader and he didn't say a word. So we're gonna go get some beers on before we go back to the cabin.
I'm not arguing it.
Where do you go to old familiar haunts? Or do you join Orion at the Heartwarden's bar, Stag's Refuge?
Wildcord does not want a lot to do with the Heartwarden bar.
Ashes does.
Well, we got this snowmobile and we got this bottle of extremely good absinthe. Let's go find some. Let's go find some party.
Along the way, you do run into other snowmobilers you notice at a lakeside bar.
Oh shit! Our people.
There's about 30 snowmobiles parked on the lakeside, and this is where the snowmobilers go. Haggard knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally where we're gonna check out.
Gonna join a snowmobile club.
There are two
Hey, if it's
sections.
a bar, we might get
Yeah,
an
we-
place for gigs.
And we never saw them again.
All right, so you two enter this bar. It's not very rustic, but it's kind of divish in an upscale kind of way. Because each one of those vehicles outside the bar is almost a $20,000 vehicle. So the people inside, you're in a $20,000 vehicle as well, Wildcourt. Elwyn spared no expense. Elwyn spared no expense, bought it cheap, but got you something that was top of the line. When you enter, you see a lot of people in real expensive Carhartt, real expensive jeans. This is not the complete local crowd. This is the lake crowd. This is the people who live on the lake. This is the real money of Lake Blackwater.
I'm just thinking back to my childhood where we drove snowmobiles that we got for $50 from the neighbor, and they were like, "This is the 1968 single carb model, and we pulled this piece off so it runs." I had like the whole manifold glow bright red on a ride back home once, and like that sled never ran again. But you know, so I'm used to the opposite end of the spectrum.
Well, what? I mean, Song of Ashes. How were you guys dressed?
Not warmly.
I would assume you were pretty warmly dressed when you guys were out on the island.
Well, that's
Yeah.
why I was in Glabro
That's right, you
earlier.
were in Glabro.
That's true. He was. Yeah.
Are you
I feel like
still
I'm
in
pretty
Glabro?
much. Yeah.
No.
I definitely wasn't in like performance gear or anything like that, but I'm definitely in some winter clothes.
Okay. So you pull into the...
I think people would shit themselves if they saw a Glabro werewolf driving a snowmobile across the lake.
As you walk into the bar, wow, would you get a lot of appreciative looks? Your heads turn when you walk in, due to your just attractive nature.
He's just that hot.
Is he also? He's also locally well known because he's been playing these shows that
Exactly.
are selling bangers.
No, are you guys wearing your masks
What, right now?
right now?
No.
So they don't recognize him as the band. They do
Oh,
not
okay. Well,
So they wear those masks the entire time when they're playing shows, and so it is a Daft Punk situation.
That's what
I guess it's become so.
That's what I
The
thought
last,
you guys
to be
went into.
fair, They weren't the first couple gigs because we didn't really have that going now. Actually, we've only had one gig that we performed fully masked the whole time, and that was because we were trying to keep Wildcore a little out of the. His face was a little wanted at the time.
We're trying to not get me arrested.
But to be fair, we were kind of leaning into that as well. But I reckon maybe at least some people would recognize us and know. Just because they were maybe around for some of the earlier concerts too, or saw it on the local news or something, perhaps.
Some people do recognize you, but this is not the Wild Country crowd.
Fair, too. This would be a different crowd. Okay,
This is a very different crowd. This is upscale, rich New York. So you've walked into an upscale, rich bar. What do you do? They have a stage.
I'd probably just walk up to the bar first and get me and my buddy Wildcore a shot or two queued up.
All right. Do you go for the top shelf stuff or do you order bottom shelf? Because it ranges here. It's pricey. You feel like you're in that 1% kind of situation right now.
And to be fair, if it's anything like actual the shot or something a little pricier and smoother, and once my
absinthe is on the menu.
Oh yeah, let's start there.
All right, so you get your shot of absinthe, you take care of your addiction. You no longer have the -1. The place is bustling. You and Wildcore both, you get a lot of attention. Wildcore's got a rugged look that's not usually seen here. That homeless ouvroir.
Yeah, and I probably smell like a homeless ouvroir to this point. Working out on that current island all weekend.
You have stunning looks, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's 4 out of 5 points
exactly,
there.
4 out of 5 points. So he is absolutely gorgeous. So a couple of women do sidle up to you at the bar, and they give you all their attention.
Hot but stinky.
You can sense the leadership on you. They seem to be drawn to you, your genetics, your werewolfish. Even Wildcore seems to get some attention.
Hot but stinky.
Hot but stinky. It's a decent night for the both of you. It goes as far as you want it to go, so use whatever you want, however you want it to end that way. It's not gonna. It's gonna be however you want it to end, but it's gonna end well. So you're gonna wake up refreshed and excited, whether you're at home or somewhere else. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, we are celebrating, so let's see how well I do with my wits and composure.
Okay, give me your wits plus composure,
which is a pretty solid roll here. If I can find the right tab.
Oh no. Chuckles, I'm in danger.
Not bad. For 5 successes. So
Yeah,
Wildcore has a great, however you want it to go.
Wildcore has a great night, and that's what we'll leave it as.
With Wildwood taking him up? I'm kidding.
But at the same time, you make contacts with people. Intelligent people of the town. So what you learn while you're there and overnight is not everyone is on board the Hayes train.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
There is.
I don't know. He's kind of hot. I might get on his train.
There are other, for gubernatorial reasons, there are other people who excite people. He might not be so popular as mayor anymore. Is something that is being put down in this kind of upper crust bar. He seems to have worn out his welcome. Seems to be the impression amongst the upper crust.
So maybe we could defeat him before political intrigue instead of burning his house down and stabbing him.
Why not both?
Well, it definitely is my character. Like this is actually the kind of intelligence that in some ways I've been kind of hoping to bump into. So my attention is going to be on whichever woman or women of these are the ones that actually are expressing this
These are
information.
the kind of
and, like,
smarts I was looking for.
Yeah, are actively talking about this, and
It's a sharp brunette. She's in her 35s. Her name's Emily. She seems to be well connected in the political net of Albany, so to speak. Albany, for those who don't know, is the capital of New York State. So it's the capital of the state we're actually playing in. So she seems to be very well connected to Albany, or she seems to claim to be connected to Albany. She speaks of herself in the third person quite a bit. She's drinking quite a bit. This is all loose lips sink ships here. But she's very open in the fact that Hayes is not very popular outside of Lake Blackwater. He's kind of considered a local yokel.
Toasty.
Easy
Jeez.
toasty. He's kind of considered a yokel local by people outside of Lake Blackwater. Now, another woman named Mariah. She's in her 50s. She's blonde. She's very nice. Very attractive. She tells you that he's kind of run out his welcome here locally. His ties to Midnight Timber Works and the fact that they have a new CEO, this Jeremiah Clancy, has kind of soured that relationship between him and Midnight Timber Works, as Midnight Timber Works is taking a much more aggressive green path than they have been previously. They used to be just lip service, and now it seems like they're actually doing the right thing with forestry. They're no longer clear-cutting old growth. They've moved out of that, and they're replanting, and they're being environmentally sound. And yes, Pete, you had something.
We killed the right dude.
You didn't kill anybody.
Got the right dude killed.
And that seems to have actually hurt Hayes locally. And then there's not Jeremiah. There's Gerald, who's just at the bar, who talks a lot about Logan Marsh. Marsh doesn't seem to be connected to Hayes in any way, shape, or form. Is not endorsing him for governor. It's not pushing him. He's not pushing for him. It's just actually hasn't endorsed anybody. He's one of the only local sheriffs who hasn't come out early to endorse somebody yet. Now, Wildcord, on the other hand, you have a different effect on the people in the bar. You're more of a curiosity. You stick out a little bit. The fact that you arrived as how do you introduce yourself, Song of Ashes?
wait, what do you mean?
When you
just like these people or something?
Yeah, you don't introduce yourself as Song of Ashes, do you? How do you?
Yeah, definitely, I do. No, Song of Ashes, yeah.
You just go with Song of Ashes, your band name?
Right. Yeah, absolutely, exactly.
So you're like Ozzy Osbourne.
Yes.
Yeah. Blood. All right.
I feel like I tried to express. Yeah.
He had a band name.
I guess at times.
He had less of a band name.
I mean, Ashes, to be fair, I probably have, like, to some people I say Ashes, but if I don't quite know that they would know that I'm the band Song of Ashes, I would actually say Song. But if it's like around people
are the band
that kind of recognize me like this, like in this instance, I would say I'm Ashes, because it seems like a lot of people recognize me.
More infighting. We are Song of Ashes, says Wildcord.
Well, he's not wrong. Like, that's true too. Yeah.
Ashes is the traditional frontman. He gets the attention. It's what he does. He's so good looking. He's so charismatic. He's just taken 3 on all the shit I'm talking about. He hasn't done to roll anything yet because I know his character sheet. He's just taking 3s and 4s and 5s on things.
This is what I do.
This is what
so
he does.
Wildcord is no Dave Grohl, eh?
He is not hitting on underage women.
Yeah, I was gonna say no.
He is doing the right thing, but he's got a circle, a coterie of upper crust around him. Wildcord, how do you introduce yourself?
I'm the drummer for Song of Ashes.
What's your name?
My name's Wildcord.
All right.
Bill.
All right. So Wildcord attracts his curiosity. So
He's even got a weird name.
exactly. He's got the younger crowd into him. A lot of the snowmobilers seem, because you pulled up in a $20,000 snowmobile that Nerdwire got for like $5K.
Yeah, that Snowhawk's gonna get some looks.
He got a good deal.
Definitely getting looks. And people come up to you and they want to talk to you, but you're probably going to have to roll. I need a manipulation plus persuasion check from Wild Cord.
What am I doing? I'm at home.
From Wild Cord.
All right, so I call up Elwin on the cell phone and make him roll for me.
Groggy from my weird drink.
Yeah,
Hey,
wake him
do
up
you
from
want to
his
hear
weird
about
dream.
this
I need you to roll
thing?
some
Manipulation plus persuasion. Wow, that's going to be an ass roll.
Is it all rage dice?
Oh no!
No!
You shouldn't have even made this man roll. Leave him alone.
I had to make him roll. So you
Now, if you'd let me use wits and composure, I'd be fine.
You would be, but that wouldn't apply. So you do your best to ingratiate yourself with the bar, but it's difficult. Somehow you come off as it's hard to explain because you've never lived the upper crust lifestyle as a bone gnar.
It's not hard to explain. I'm semi-autistic and I've been to a bar with normal people before.
He's Lloyd from fucking Dumb and Dumber when they show up in the orange and blue tuxedos.
So you are drinking essentially for the night. You are drinking by yourself. You get a lot of weird looks, but it's okay. It's kind of, I don't know how, you gotta tell me how Wild Cord feels. But
Wild Cord's used to it. He's a drummer because he's like not into, like, he can't sing, he can't socialize, but he can beat on stuff.
He's Animal from the
Does
Muppets.
Wild Cord perceive the weird looks as looks of admiration, even though they are clearly weird looks?
I don't know Wild Cord like that. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking. Wild Cord
is completely incapable of understanding what those looks mean.
Oh, okay.
So he's just kind of confused.
But people are just looking.
He's like, yeah, I know I smell kind of funny.
Like
He thinks that's what's up.
in a room full of Gucci, he's wearing Walmart. And it
He smells like weed, like one of the pores.
Everyone smells. Yes, you're right, because these are upper crust. They vape.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and I smell like dirty, like island weed I found on the
Mexican
island.
brickweed. Yeah.
Hey, you're smoking my weed. I make some good stuff, so stop that. Your old weed is brick.
Song of Ashes has a phenomenal night. Gets lots of information. Wild Cord
Still manages to have a really good night through all of it.
Exactly. It actually takes control of the music for the night. Somehow commandeers a jukebox. And it might
That's so accurate.
depending on what he chooses, is if he annoys the crowd or not.
Oh.
If he puts Daruda on repeat,
It just better be Snowstorm.
snowstorm.
Yeah. Snowstorm instead of sandstorm.
All right, so we wrap up the nights. Everyone's got a little information. Tindy, this is weird for you. This is a two-legged, like we've been over this a little bit, but this is strange. You've been accepted by people who claim to be a new pack, who seem to want you. Your old pack abandoned you when you changed. I don't know how feeling like a two-leg felt to you, but however that felt much weirder. Luckily, in your heart, you didn't change to the other forms you're capable of, and you didn't hurt anyone in your pack, your original pack. So I don't know how you feel about the idea of joining a new pack. How does that make Shadowheart feel?
Shadowheart is currently rather struggling because she's in this human place that her very being says that this is wrong. These things, these people, they're what's wrong with Gaia. They're what brought her downfall in her own family and her home. And now here she is amongst them.
What do you mean, these people?
These people.
Hold on, I have a sound clip from something she said earlier.
Oh no!
Let her continue. Let her continue. She's cooking.
No, sorry. About that.
You people. Let her go.
And so now here I am in one of their buildings, and where I'm supposed to be sleeping, and it's so foreign. I've never slept not beneath the stars, and it makes everything about me cry.
One thing I want to add to your feelings that you have right now. One thing you've never really felt before, though, as a wolf, is this warmth. I don't mean like warmth of the heart or friendship. I'm talking like in the winter, this kind of
Actual
warmth. Almost comfortable warmth. That's all I want to add to that. I just want it is a perspective your character may not have had before. Just this inside warmth.
The that feeling that I got when the voice spoke to me, that's been like why I've continued to stay and reluctantly follow, is because like despite those other feelings and my lack of understanding as to what it is really that I'm supposed to be doing, there is just that warm feeling that I felt when the voice spoke to me, that this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm just very uncomfortable with it and saddened by it.
Time out 1 second. Even more than that warmth, I'm just talking about the temperature.
Oh dang it!
He's got
now that
heat.
My cabin you're in.
Pete didn't tell me we were going to a sauna.
No. I have a cabin in the woods because I'm a paranoid schizo. Wood stove, toasty warm. Like it's cooking up in this place.
But I like where you were going with that. I just wanted to be clear with what I was saying.
Okay, great. So it's really hot up in here.
No, it's a home.
It's home. And
There's a difference. We're not making an oven to cook you in.
Yeah.
Zed is trying to get you comfortable with us here.
And when I said I got you blankets, I brought you a literal bear pelt to lay on if you want.
That's gruesome.
That is not gruesome. That is wonderful.
It's just what Shadowheart wants. Like, if she could have killed a bear, she would have laid on it.
Exactly. I mean, it's only sad that I didn't get to eat it.
Exactly. Tomorrow, we're going to kill some more deer, and you're going to have some fresh meat.
Sweet.
All right. Continue, please.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm just like really struggling. I come in and there's clearly some stuff going down. That first off, I'm completely incapable of understanding most of it. But the parts of it that I do understand, the more primal and instinctual, bits of it, like I was saying about like, the me, like, I mean, you can find that anywhere, so it feels like this, and I'm just like, I didn't come all this way for that. That's not what led me out of the woods. And, but despite all of that, I then have Oren over here who constantly tries, and he has a different feeling about him to me where I feel like I can trust him more than the others. Because he toes the line of wanting to help me, but then also being like, but hey, don't worry about it. I'm not going to get myself too close. Don't bite me or nothing. Because I might. We've done established. I'm pretty dang feral. I've been a wolf my whole life. I ain't your pet, Orion. Don't come over here and start petting me and
Not yet. You're not. No.
I ain't a pet. I'm feral. But yeah, so I feel a lot of inner conflict about where I'm currently at.
I expect that. It's all very new. But that's a really good way to put it. I like seeing the insight of a what it used to be. It used to be called in older systems a lupus wolf. Now it's just a wolf-born wolf. But it's interesting to see the kind of dichotomy.
Something to consider too. While we haven't really interacted as characters yet, again, we recognize that you're different from us because you are wolf-born. There's a reason I didn't approach you when you showed up.
Is it because you were afraid I would bite you?
No.
I recognized your escort and assumed that you were also a child of Gaia, and that is the reason I did approach you when you showed up.
Yeah, but see, then you just immediately went and got in a fight.
Very unchild of Gaia-like. Anyway.
No, I didn't fight. Orion fought me. I tried to talk and have peace.
All right, so the night closes for everyone in their particular ways. I just want to go back to Orion because he's at the bar with the Bowkeepers. And I think some important things will be said there. At one point, Ira, the Theurge, comes up to you. And she asks you, so tell me about Mother Winterfang. What's her deal?
What do you mean? What's her deal? I mean
she's got those two people with her. They're not. I don't think they're like us. They just kind of seem to do whatever she says.
Her family, from what I understand, I haven't really interacted with them much myself. They are a little weird, but all of this is kind of still weird to us.
I mean, have you ever seen who are those two weirdos from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia?
With the sister? Yeah. Liam, yeah.
Oh, gosh. The Milk Brothers?
The Milk, yeah. Yeah. All I can picture is them wearing the shitty bathrobes.
I'm kind of getting this inbred.
Drinking the milk.
Trying to get this inbred.
McCoyles, that's it.
The McCoyles, yeah.
I'm really kind of getting an inbred feeling from the Winterfangs.
I picked up on that as well, but as far as any insight to that, I have nothing to offer.
It reminds me of a small town named Kinmount that I grew up near.
While I am, trying to be friendly with that group, I do my best to not give them any real information. Not that I'm privy to really any information when it comes to those two, but
So Arwen kind of spilled the fact that you were kind of going to become the pack leader for your pack. Is that true? You're going to be doing that?
That's yet to be seen. I do lie. I have no problem lying.
All right. Give me a wits plus subterfuge roll, because she's actually observing you. She's got a vested interest in this for some reason.
Of course she does. They tried to stir that pot.
So what I get from this is you're just not great at lying. She listens to you and she just says, okay. Well, I hope it gets settled soon. I talked to Elwin and he's really gunning for it, so you're gonna have to
I can assure you that whatever happens, Elwin will not be the leader of that pack.
Ooh. Well, we're just concerned. And she says concerned like she's doing air quotes under concerned. concerned about the nature of the cairn and the potential sept that may grow out of it. So we're just really concerned that the leadership might make some wrong decisions. And I know Arwen's pulling for you, so I really hope that it is you.
Well, I can tell you now that I am aware that several of you have made comments to other members of the pack about who you thought should be leader. So it kind of seems like you're stirring the pot, and I have no interest in your drama.
Ooh.
And I kind of... so if you'll excuse me, and I go back to my drink.
She just stops. She's, oh, it's like that. Okay. She kind of does an about face and walks away. And that kind of no one else from the Bowkeepers really interact with you the rest of the night. Your drinks are still free. They don't charge you. They don't suddenly bitch out and bill you. But no one says goodbye when you leave.
Fine.
The Irish goodbye you from inside their own bar.
I don't even notice.
All right, fantastic. All
Your
right,
ego is wounded.
so we close the night down. Everyone eventually goes to sleep wherever they go to sleep. We pick up on Sunday morning. What's everyone doing?
We don't have any fresh deer. I know that because we wouldn't have been hunting. But now that Shadowheart's here, I ask her in the morning if she'd like something to eat. I had to go get it, but I want to be hospitable to our new guest.
You're gonna go hunting for a deer?
Yeah. All I have that's fresh meat in the fridge is like bacon, ground beef, the usual like fridge stuff. But she's a wolf and she's fresh werewolf, so.
All right, give me a composure plus survival roll.
Oh, is Elwyn here though?
I'm here. I'm around.
Is everyone back in the morning? Let me ask that.
I went to the cabin and had my vision, so I'm here.
Hey, Elwyn, you want to give me a hand this morning so we can be a little more hospitable to our new
Yeah,
pack mate?
absolutely. Absolutely.
So
Let me see here.
composure plus survival for me
Composure
would
plus
be
survival.
Plus a crossbow.
5.
5?
Yep.
Are you adding into it, Owen? Do you have survival?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so you have 6 dice. Difficulty 3. You have to roll it because it's a teamwork.
Can I make a recommendation? Why don't we go after some small game, Oren? Let's do some rabbits. We haven't had rabbit in a while. We've done deer a couple of times recently.
It's a little cold. We're on the trail. Let's go. Let's give it another 10 minutes.
You give it another 2 hours.
All right, let's do it.
All right, give me another test.
I gotta
Back at
spend
the
a will,
cabin.
or
Where
does
the
he have to
fuck is
spend a will?
breakfast?
He doesn't. Oh, if you can spend a willpower if you want to re-roll 3 of those dice, those failed dice, if you want.
You want to try to do that?
Absolutely. Hold
All
on.
right.
Let me clear that.
You only need one more success, so
There we go.
there you go. You got it. All right. So you bring down a buck.
I forgot about spending the willpower.
It's
I'll
okay.
spend that. You reminded me.
That's why you took me out on the. That's why you took me out on the hunt.
All right. So 2 hours later, they come. Total time 2 hours later, they come back with a fresh kill. How does that make you feel, Tinderly? They just went out there with a gun instead of doing it like wolves. How does that make you feel?
We didn't do it with a gun. We took a crossbow.
I don't think that makes a difference.
It doesn't go boom.
Yeah, and you can tear it
The
apart, you can light it on fire.
the weaponry we have fired is stuff that Gaio provided. It is a stick with an arrowhead on it. We didn't have to mine up gunpowder and make stuff that would cause fire and burn down Gaia.
It's not made of chemicals.
So two-legged. So two-legged.
Do you know what a bolt is made of?
Metal. and fiberglass.
It sounds just like what Mother Gaia made, for sure.
It does.
But I'm interested in what Tindy thinks. You bring back a deer, but I am interested in what Tindy thinks about the manner of which he came back.
She can starve. If she doesn't like it, she can starve.
I feel like extremely grateful that they went through that kind of trouble for me. But I do feel like, for them fancying themselves as wolves, they make very poor wolves.
I want to make it clear that
This
since I've
racist
been back
dog
at the
is so
cabin,
judgy.
yeah, that's because she has the mind of a cat. Since I've been back to the cabin, I have been in lupus form. Most of the time I've spent in lupus form.
Take about 5 to 10 seconds to describe your wolf form, coloring, and so on and so forth.
Large, very full-bodied.
Like a good coffee.
Yeah, yeah. Just mixtures of brown and dark brown. A little bit of graying. Only noticeable if you're up close. But I stand in lupus form, quite large. Like a Burmese, but built like a wolf.
Nice. It's one thing I want everyone to think about that as you go forward. Think about your different forms and how they are consistent with coloring, but kind of how they look. That's
not at all like this.
Yeah, it's just something going forward. Just think about that, because that just adds something to the game. It adds a fifth dimension, because we are shapeshifters. So Orion is back in lupus form. Song of Ashes and Wild Quarterback. What are you doing?
Did they come back last night, or you're driving in this morning?
That's up to them.
Yeah.
I know Song of Ashes. I kind of know his mindset and where he's going to go with this, but I'm going to let him explain it.
I feel like I'm being dropped off by the lady I met last night at the cabin via her snowmobile.
Wasn't the direction I was going in, but okay.
Yeah,
I wanted that
It's
information. She
appropriate
had
as a
information
lead
that I
rock
wanted.
star singer.
Yeah, exactly. And we were
appropriate.
drinking. She had information. I came on Toasty's snowmobile. I wasn't leaving on that bad boy. That's just.
Wildcard gets back at like 5 a.m. looking very happy and passes out on the couch.
Okay, so you're still drunk and passed out in the morning. Were you coming from the lakeside, or you walking up the roadside?
I came back on my snowmobile.
No.
You see a wolf driving a snowmobile.
Shoot, he had someone drop him off at Oren's place?
Yeah, he did. That's why I want to know.
Well, I guess at the
Why
end
did
of
you
the
do
road.
that?
To be fair, at the end of the road.
Okay, so you came up the roadside and
Yes,
you walked
roadside.
down.
Yeah.
All
Like
right.
walking up the road, yeah.
I'm not about to do something.
I just realized what was about to happen in that interaction. I was like, whoa.
He didn't come right up to the house. He didn't do that. So I want to
We vote him into leadership, and then he just fucks
Immediately exposes me.
where my house is. Like, nobody knows where my house is except for like 4 people.
It's like 6, actually, but...
Well, I'm talking civilians in the outside world, not the pack. Like, how'd you get here, buddy? There, Ashes, coming down the road all alone. And, Altcourt's, snowmobile's over there. Would you, come in it? As I'm dragging a bloody deer behind me coming up the other side of the cabin.
We're both helping. I'm helping him drag, and I'm just keeping my head down because I don't even want to hear where this is going.
I kind of want to say that it's late at night and Team Wildwood just didn't think about that. And then his character probably came in farther from the road late at night without question, people knowing to have people drop him off somewhere else.
Right.
Probably. Yes,
right.
it is midnight.
Well.
God, holy God, it's late.
Not for him it's not, but for us it is. So
Yeah.
it's just so we don't have another fight brew up on our hands that no one was expecting.
I do have a deer in one hand and a shotgun in the other. I mean, I don't know what to say about that. But okay, so you get dropped off further up the road. That's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings none.
All right, so the day is dawned. Breakfast is served with a new fresh kill. Everyone had a night. We did it right. We had a leadership fight. That all rhymed, so I'm doing great.
No, you should have said, so I'm doing right.
No,
But it's getting late, so I'm getting sedate.
It is getting late, but I'm not getting sedate. We're still going. We still have plenty of time left. Well, actually, we have about 15 minutes left.
We got plenty of time.
But we have plenty of time because we're going to 1. So as the day dawns, you get together, you eat this fresh kill. How do you prepare it? Do you cook it for Tindy or do you cut it raw?
I cut it raw, and she's used to wolf. I give her she gets the best parts. But I'll give her the heart, and
Are you
Orion
sure you
gets-
want to give
I don't think you do that. We have a leader.
Are you sure you want to give the first part of the kill to someone who's not your leader?
Yes.
I want you to go back and read the litany.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh.
The leader gets first of the kill.
Ashes has refused fresh ear before.
He tells you to cook it.
We also
Well
don't like
done.
the organ bit.
Well done.
As
Yeah.
long as you offer it to him, just then we have a
I'm
leader
assuming
now, so.
Orin cooks his meat as well.
I do cook mine as well. I like the only people that had the fresh stuff was Sally
Haggard?
and Haggy.
Yep, Haggard and Sally. Their characters.
I have captured a cat.
You have.
I will then offer it
The
to
kitty.
Ashes because oops. Well, you know what? No, I wouldn't because I don't know the rules.
I do, and I said, whoa.
Yeah, he tells you, whoa. You know the litany.
Yeah.
Everyone knows the
Yes.
litany. Mother Winterfang has taught everyone the litany. It's in the credits. I can't.
Then yes, I would. What do you want first, there, boss?
Well, that's a new feeling for Song of Ashes.
Right.
I
Right.
straight up ask you. What do you?
He's like, you talking to me?
What do you want?
I mean, whatever you cook up is good for me.
Well, you're gonna have to wait a bit because I know that Shadowheart's gonna want meat.
She can have her meat. It doesn't bother me none.
All right, then I'll peel out the stuff for her and Orion, and then I'll throw he gets tenderloins.
I mean, she's not even like officially part of the pack, officially yet, right? She's just kind of
That's up to you, leader.
feeling it out.
Yeah,
I don't think that she. I mean, me and her really haven't even talked with one another yet, so I wouldn't consider her part of the pack yet officially. Yeah,
fair.
I've never actually spoken with
We need to make that happen next game because we are running out of time, but we need to make that happen or in downtime actions.
Yeah, we could absolutely. We'll make sure we get around to that. But yeah, just of note, it hasn't happened yet, so I certainly.
All right, guys, this is where we're going to end things. I wanted to get to that point. I really kind of wanted to get there once you said you were going to go hunting. I wanted to see that part because I wanted to bring the litany home. So a little bit of homework before we get into the end of game stuff is read the litany, guys. Look at that because it's going to be focused more in kind of season 2. It might not focus so much in season 3 going forward, but in season 2, the litany is going to be important. It's kind of the moral of the story. So I want everyone to kind of get a chance to read the litany in the book or the primer, whatever you have. It's in both of them, or even in just my credits. If you look at the VOD, look at the litany. The core book goes into it kind of in depth with philosophy and stuff like that. If you have the time, give that a read just to, just get a sense of what the setting's going with it. Because a lot of the themes and moods are going to focus on your duty and the litany and how that kind of interacts, how that's hard. That's a hard, thing to negotiate around sometimes. All right, so I want to do our post-game wrap-up. Well, it's actually up to our Philodox to decide, but we don't have a Philodox. So that's very rough. There is an actual aspect, an auspice that handles the litany, and it's your Philodox. So it's tough. But we're going to wrap this up a little bit because we have Chronicle Tenants, and we'll get into all this. We're going to wrap things up in the next 30 minutes with our post-game discussion. Tonight was not as action-packed as most games. It really wasn't. It was all RP with some roles, with some conflict in the pack.
I was going to say, Elwin got body checked.
I want to start with Haggard tonight. And I'm going to go in different orders. I have an order I want to ask people questions in. But we're going to start with Haggard tonight. What we're going to ask is what you liked, what you didn't like, what your favorite scene was, and what you want to see going forward in the game.
As per usual, there's not anything I didn't like. I do appreciate you pushing the point. I had a feeling that was going to happen with the leadership. Obviously, it needed to happen. That being said, that was my favorite part. I appreciate you kind of giving me the opportunity to have more dialogue. It's not something I'm necessarily comfortable with doing, but once I kind of push myself to get in there, then I open up a little bit more and feel a little more comfortable doing it. So that was my favorite part. I liked kind of pulling the rug out from under Elwin, and I want to be, as far as going forward, working with him and building that kind of like side arc together, as far as where we'll go, throughout this season.
I like that. Which leads me to Nerdwire, who was our other main foci of drama tonight. Realistically,
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I loved it. I loved it.
I always put myself in the middle of the drama. That's what I live for.
So tell me, Nerdwire, what do you think?
No, I'm kind of with you. Like, I really liked what I liked possibly the most, actually, was getting an opportunity to open the Umbra to really show everyone what was going on behind that curtain, with Tindy's character coming in and them finally being able to grasp our spirit there and who it was and get a name and have that exposed. My second favorite thing was definitely the negotiation side of battle, because we haven't done that at all last season. Like, we never once had a battle of wits. It was always fisticuffs. So I liked that side of it, and not because I won all my dice rolls. I want to be clear, but it was an interesting, different take on what this can be, and there was a lot more chance for RP. I liked how willing that Orion was to kind of work alongside that, because he is a character of few words. Orion's always been like, I whip out my dick, or I use my claws to rip a human apart. And there have been so many like shiny good little glimpses of his character, being like when he went and talked to Orin about how he thought I was feeling a couple of weeks ago. I thought that was important. Yes, 3 times. Let the record stay. What I didn't like, it's difficult to really state that. I'll tell you what I didn't like. I think I can think of something I didn't like. Tenderly needs to be willing to step up and speak, and not just wait because she doesn't think her character has the legs to stand on. And that's what I don't like, is I want Tenderly's character to have more of an opportunity to interject, because, and I know it's like first time session nerves, there's no doubt about that, but I don't want you to stay in that box, because we're all friends here. All of us know you.
Yeah,
so,
excited for that perspective too. That's really cool. to have.
I
How'd that
real
go?
quick, I
Sorry.
want to interject because I worry sometimes that happens to Selly too. That
Yep.
she feels afraid. She doesn't feel comfortable to interject, and I want that to go away.
Yep.
Feel more comfortable, or else.
Anything I can do to make it more comfortable, just let me know. Unless it's just, first time jitters or you're going to whatever, just let me know. Anything that I can do to make it more comfortable. But I'm going to let Nerdwire continue.
And then one other thing I didn't like as a character.
Yes.
Let me put it this way. One other thing I didn't like as a character, Elwyn this entire time has been thinking, I swear to God, if that dog calls me a two legs one more time, I'm going to take it out back. I'm like, don't call me a two legs. We all have four legs too. We have four leg forms, and you also have a two leg form. Use it. But
Two leg.
oh my God! Here we go.
We're
All right.
coming home with a seriously thick chain, and she's getting
Yep.
put up somewhere.
Yep, don't call me two legs. And then as far as what I want, I kind of agree. I've had a lot of opportunities for downtime. I've had a lot of opportunities for downtime with Ashes, a lot of opportunities for downtime with Wildcord, a lot of opportunities for downtime with Orin. I do want my character to see a lot more downtime with Orion, especially partly because as a character right now, he's hurt by Orion. He's not mad at Orion. He's hurt by Orion's response. And how that went down because all he wanted to do was talk and rally the people. He didn't want to rule by oligarchy. He wanted to rule by democracy and give everybody their flowers, and he felt like it was misunderstood. And so I want my character to be able to have that opportunity with Orion to rebuild that relationship. And so that way he feels comfortable with jumping into the line of fire to Mother's touch him right in front of a Dratasi again someday.
All right, what do you hope to see going forward?
In the story, what we need, I think, at this point, because this was a heavy RP night, it was extreme RP, and it was very good. It was very good. I think I liked the cadence of season 1 where it was RP in that session and then big battle, and I really liked that. We had a different kind of battle tonight, and we're trying to set up a new character coming into this fray and also kind of get all of these social issues resolved early. But I think I want to continue seeing that where it is lots of opportunity for RP leading into a battle.
Well, if I may, we had lots of RP and then we went to 3 turns of social combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And I agree with you on that. But it wasn't wrong. I liked it. Let me make this clear.
Okay.
But it wasn't the typical battle that I'm used to, and we were also at each other's throats instead of working together as a team.
Fair enough. I agree.
You're tearing us apart.
All right. So next, I want to go to Tindley. I'm going to do you last because you're new, and I have so many questions to ask you. But next, we're going to go to Orin Duskwalker. I want to know what you liked, you didn't like, what you want to see going forward. And I don't remember what the 4th question was. I forgot about it. And I just asked it.
Well, phrasing first off, and you can watch the VOD back and figure out why I just said that. Other than that,
What did you say?
Fighting, that was amazing. That was great. And I knew it was coming as soon as people started saying the 2 things. I just didn't know how big the speech was going to be. I really enjoyed that. But y'all, both of you, were definitely being politicians. So Orin hated that from the 2 of you. So I knew from the get-go, I wasn't going for either one of you. I had thrown a vote for both of you out the fucking window. Gone. So I'm really glad that I could just be like, I pick song, I'm leaving, I'm done. So that made me happy. But I liked you two butting heads.
What
It was fun
I
to watch.
loved about that was I was already, because I was, listen, whether it's role playing or not, like the amount of drama I can fucking handle is minimal. So I was about to throw it to Song of Ashes as well. So for you to do that gave me the out I needed.
I'm glad I had the good timing for you on that. I'm glad I helped. The things I didn't like, I can't say I didn't like them, but we're a little bit. It was Tindy's first night, and we overwhelmed her with the drama of this. So just the timing was kind of but the timing happens. That's nothing that's bad. I just hope next week we can get her rolling. And I'm hoping that it was just first night she got bombarded with all of our pack crap. Then we can have a better night and she can do cool stuff like we always do. And more in the future, I want to figure out how to actually talk to the spirits and have conversations with them because I'm just outside looking in right now. I'm a freaking theurge. I'm not supposed to be outside looking in. I've been trying to have conversations and it's not working.
Talk to Ira.
Yep.
Talk to Ira. She'll teach you. She's been teaching Elwyn Bell. Even though she's
Tom
shady.
made the wind whistle.
Even though she's
Tom
shady.
made your wind whistle. I had to go make some back alley deals with a creepy spirit asking me to go get it rats every day. So
Oh, well, okay.
I was building stuff for everybody else and fixing cairns and breaking locks on century-old freaking things. Oh, there's one other thing I'm not a fan of as a whole.
Yeah.
When you mentioned it in the speech, this is not in the game, but as a character is not a fan of. Everybody can have their own personal in the back. I got something I don't want to tell everybody yet, but as a group, we can't have secrets going forward. Like this side conversation, we're not a group. We're not cohesive.
hang on
And
one
I'm
second.
hoping with Ashes up front, we're going to be cohesive now.
Something
We
happened?
can fix that.
Are you talking about me feeling like they're shady nasty? In their
No,
background? Or
The
something
side
else?
conversations, like where you have a deal with Wildcord or you have a deal with Song or you've been talking to
Well,
somebody.
these are
and,
like DTAs though. When you're not there to interact them, it's hard for me to not have a
I
secret.
got to agree with the Nerdwire. The nature of downtime actions and player availability does make it difficult. I don't want to penalize him for being as active as he's been.
I'm not saying
I didn't even know we had a spirit when today I was just like, what's going on? Everyone's like doing secret high fives with him and shit, like they've known each other a week. And I'm just like, who's this dude?
That's also a big reason why I wanted to open up the Umbra to allow everyone to see it, because I knew not everyone knew who it was or what it was. So in order to open it up so everybody can then know, and not just one or two or three of us, that was another big reason. And then that reveal of I feel like they're shady nasty during the conversation was very important too, because I didn't have the chance to talk to everybody because we haven't had the DTAs together.
All right,
maybe we need to just do a big bullet point list of, hey, this stuff happened during the DTA. It's information everybody should know about.
I can do that. I can try to do that.
I will say in our chat, Pete, I said, I've made a horrible discovery pack. Does anyone know what a heart warden is? Because I do. and Wildwood was like, I'm cool with it.
yeah.
All right, so let me rein this back in a little bit. I'm gonna go to Toastio.
All right.
Before you go, I sometimes worry that I let you get lost in the fray, and I apologize for that. I don't know if I'm giving you as much attention as I should, and I apologize if I'm not.
That's all right. I've been kind of out of it and sitting back myself intentionally, just so I don't. I can absolutely dominate the table if I choose to, but
All right, I just want to make sure.
I don't want to talk over everyone.
Right. No, I just want to make sure downtime stuff, and because I know you've gone back to work, and I don't want you to feel like that I've forgotten you or anything like that. I'm just trying not to disturb you at work. It's something that's been in the back of my mind, and I just want to bring it up.
Yeah. I'm definitely generally really busy at work, so even if I could, when I do pop in, it's only for like 5-10 minutes.
Exactly. All right, so tell me what you like, didn't like, what you want to see going forward, what your favorite scene was.
So, I liked Ellen's speech, but Wildcord fucking hated it. He was so done with just the way Elwyn talks and talks and talks. He just wanted him to get to the fucking point. But he's very delighted that he gave him a snowmobile, so he just let him talk. And then said, Song of Ashes would make a great leader.
What didn't you like?
Just a little awkwardness, bringing in a new member to the group. Just me. That's all.
It can be a little awkward. I understand. I do agree, and I do apologize to Indy if I came off as a little bit awkward with it.
I'm fine.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Song of Ashes now. I'm really interested in your perspective tonight because you got kind of blindsided.
Yeah,
with leadership.
for sure.
So
I like legit blindsided. That's one of the interesting things about this. Like I actively thought in my brain it was Orion versus Elwyn for the leadership here. Probably because if only in a tiny bit, they both sort of hinted towards that. But yeah, I mean, at the same time too, it does kind of make sense, I guess. Especially like Toasty was saying, it's the people that don't want to be leaders that actually are. I had no idea, it wasn't my intention, but at the same time, I guess my character isn't some kind of anti-leadership qualities or something either, trying to be the leader of a band and whatnot. So I thought that was pretty awesome. And yeah, and again too, I guess if I'm Leonardo, Orion is going to be an exceptionally good Casey Jones. So it's still all working out fine for me. I feel like this is quite a tight crew we got. And as far as my favorite scene goes, I guess you guys already met sort of our patron spirit or whatever here, but meeting him in his crazy Miyazaki level fucking spirit shit going on and a fucking unicorn at the same time. I didn't know either of these things existed, and then they're both just palling into the world next to me. It was intense. My imagination was it was some yeah, it was cool. I liked that a lot.
Someone asked the question. Okay, keep going. So what you didn't like, and
I didn't think there was anything really that I didn't like. Maybe my character or something like that, but even then, I mean, everyone was making their point and stuff, and even too with Tenderly's character being quiet, her being a wolf at first, and us just kind of looking in her eyes, it's just all looking for just being stupid and just do drama and whatnot. I even feel like her being quiet and just observing us and taking it all in is probably somewhat in character. So that didn't seem weird to me either. I actually felt like I was.
That's the way I felt about it.
Yeah, I felt hey, there's new perspective on it, and we all know what we all look like to each other, but I haven't actually stepped back and thought of what do we look like when we're yammering to just a wolf of the forest, someone maybe a closer tie to spirits and shit like that than we have. And at the same time too, she's that's new information I can get. It's she's April O'Neil, to our Garusha here. She's got the news report we need on the other side. So yeah, I think I thought it played out really cool. The whole thing. I think everyone's getting into divide stuff. And really knows how their character would act in some situations and whatnot. Very cool.
All right, I like that. Tenderly, I got a couple different questions to ask you too. I got the standard ones: what you liked, what you didn't like, what your favorite scene was, and what you want to see going forward. But this is your first Werewolf game and your first game with me as a storyteller. So I know you haven't had a big chance to read the book, or maybe even the primer a lot yet. But I want to know what your impression is on the setting of Werewolf: The Apocalypse, in your first session, and then we'll go into those other ones.
So far, I really like it. You and I, we worked together quite a bit on this on Thursday on my stream, where we talked about the setting and we developed my character and all of that. And, and you were right, it makes it fairly easy to get right into it when you just think, well, it's just right now, but, maybe worse. So it makes it easy to just get right in there. There's not necessarily a whole lot that you've got to do a learning curve with.
I like that about the setting. I really do. It is something that's very easy for everyone to kind of pick up. It's the real world. I mean, this setting was created in the 90s. And it was very edgy at the time because the real world, it was post 9/11, pre 9/11. The world hadn't gone to shit yet.
Right.
And now it's no longer fiction and it feels like reality. So it's even easier to grok at this point. So
Right.
So what was your favorite part of the game tonight?
Getting to on the fly decide how I was really going to play my character. We had talked about these things when we were creating her, that as a wolf-born, she was going to be a lot different than everybody else. And so like ever since then, I'd been really like racking my brain, what was that going to mean for her? And I read that section that you sent me, or the section in the book that you sent me that you said you wanted me to look at. I did go and read that section, and and so then like as I sat here and I was like listening to the bickering, and I was thinking, how does that come across to me? That here it is, like, I'm one with nature, right? I mean, this is my life. And here it is, you have these two-leggeds.
No, Jesus.
I'm taking her out back. We're old Yellering next episode. I promise you that's what's happening. I have a sniper rifle. I'm putting her down.
That's really hard for you to use. I will kneecap you before you do it.
I'm putting her down and make her stop.
Maybe we can bond over this, Elwin.
Bickering about, who gets to be in charge, and so
it's not who gets to be in charge. It's who does the people want to be in charge.
Listen, Shadowheart. Elwin and I want to apologize. We want to apologize for how we acted. Just come over here with us. We want to talk.
Don't mind the sniper rifle.
That's not how it sounds to her. Okay, first
she should be used to the bickering and fighting in a wolf pack, though. Snarling, I get first in the kill.
I think she's still got that cat mentality. She needs to put away.
No. It's different in a pack. It's nothing personal. The crap that y'all are doing definitely has personal undertones. And it's all besides the point to her. Because in her mind, okay, here's, some little backstory or something, okay? So, like, in her mind, here it is, she's just a wolf. Everything's gravy, for the most part. I mean, despite the fact that she's living in y'all's crappy world, but... everything's gravy. She's got y'all's. She's got a family. Everything's fine, and then things start happening to her because of y'all. Things that y'all have.
Because of us, we're werewolves. We're fighting the same fight.
You're werewolves now, but you were people.
What have you done?
Absolutely nothing. So then, this voice speaks to her and calls for her to take and do something, fix it. And so she comes out of the woods to this place that she was drawn to. And this whole time, the only thing that she can think of, whether there's any legitimacy to it or not, she's just a wolf, y'all. In her mind, if she just does whatever it is that's been asked of her and fix this, well, then she can just go back to her life. She gets to go back to being a wolf. Y'all can go back to being two-leggeds.
Don't work like that.
She's gonna be
never go back.
She hasn't learned.
We gotta teach her. We gotta teach her
about Gaia yet, guys. She hasn't learned the truth about
She doesn't
Gaia.
know anything. I just said that.
Claims to be one with Gaia.
I just said she has no reason to think otherwise. But in her heart, that's what she wants, is just do this thing and she can go back to the woods, you know? And she comes out here to take and do this thing that this voice called for her to come and do, and she walked into y'all? You know? So yeah, it was interesting to take and be able to explore, you know, how did she really play out, and I was kind of interested to find, you know, that she was kind of angry and she's kind of sad, and yeah, I like that.
Well,
I wasn't being quiet, nerd. Thank you very much.
No. I wasn't trying. Hold on.
My character was judging you.
Hold on.
I was sitting there judging you.
I wasn't accusing.
We know. That's
both.
why we want to take you back.
I wasn't saying that you were being quiet for quiet's sake. What I was saying is never question whether or not you have a place or a leg to stand on to interject yourself into conversation. That's what I was talking about, because when we were having the debate, you said, I'm just staying quiet because I don't know if I have a leg to stand on to talk. And Zed said, no, talk. And we all said, no, talk.
Well, I just meant like in that particular situation, was it like okay if I
true. Yeah, it's a new. You had no right to talk.
Right.
All right, so next part is I want you to be a little I want you to be honest with me. Is there anything you didn't like about game? And you're not going to hurt my feelings. It only makes me improve. So if there's something you didn't like, be sure to tell me.
Oh no, Zed, I think you are a phenomenal storyteller.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that when everyone tells me that, not just when Tindy tells me that. I do appreciate that. Now,
In fact, to be honest, if I could interject with one thing that maybe I actually don't like is you're spoiling as well this story, man. And I know that you have some asthma issues and stuff, and don't feel like you can't just stop and take a minute to catch your breath sometimes when you feel like you need to, you know, as a storyteller, interject and stuff. And feel like you're losing your breath, you know. Just it's cool. None of us care, man.
If our storyteller dies, we don't have a storyteller.
Exactly, you know. And just take care of yourself and all that.
I appreciate that, but I've got one more question for Tindy. Tindy, going forward, what do you want to see in the game for your character, or story beats that you're possibly interested in? What would you like to see going forward?
I would like to see her be able to find somebody that she feels like she can trust. I would like for her to come to terms with things. You know, whatever those things might be, you know, like if it's that she's never really going back to the woods, or that she's living with, you know, these jackrabbits, those people, you know, whatever it is, I would like for her to face that and come to terms with it. And if nothing else, find like one person that she feels like she can, you know, trust.
I like that. I think that's something we can definitely work with. I was hoping there were some characters you might have drawn to a little bit tonight, but we're gonna go into my 4 things: what I liked, what I didn't like, my favorite scene, and what I'm hoping to see going forward. What I didn't like was and it's nothing that happened in game. I thought for a minute I was losing your attention without having a big action sequence. At the climate, I was worried that I would lose your attention, or lose the chat's attention. Because normally as a storyteller, as a LARP storyteller, I'd be storytelling to 30, 40 people, and it wouldn't be so intimate. Some people are going to get left behind when there's 30, 40 people playing a game. It's just going to happen. But when there's 6, I've got to make sure that I've got something for everybody. And I'm happy that, you know, that we got there, that you guys say that. What I loved about game tonight, I loved playing the Bowkeepers and just stirring the pot just a little bit. Just a little bit, knowing what was there, as a storyteller, kind of know what's been simmering under the hood. You know, knowing a little bit of the friction that might be building up in character. I liked stirring that pot with the Bowkeepers, and I kind of like them as NPCs because they're not really villains. They kind of want the same thing you guys want. They just kind of want to, I don't know, take over.
Push us out of the way to do it, but
Yeah.
they're not pushing too hard.
They
So.
can't have you out of the way to do what they want to do. They need a sept. But they keep
I think I pretty much said that yesterday during DTAs when I was typing in the chat. I said I personally think that they are here to stir this pot, create infighting, and cause us to destroy ourselves from the inside. And you went, "That's intriguing. That you have that insight." And I was like, "That's exactly what happened."
It's interesting. I didn't get that vibe in one of my demo actions. I was hanging out with them for a while with Zed, acting as them, and it was just my character, me and Zed, doing downtime. I got a totally different.
That is not the first time they've came to us, though. Like trying to get us to take over leadership. Whenever they came to you, Ashes, and you told me about it, and that's how I knew. And I was like, "Oh, interesting." And they came to me, and then finding out they came to Orion too, I was like, "Okay, this is just confirming everything." They're trying to create an opportunity for us to destroy ourselves.
And they did.
I thought they were just trying to figure out who leader was.
And like
Figure it
typical
out.
two-leggeds, you went for it.
I think from their perspective, like typical men, they argued about it for a couple hours, and someone else won.
Yeah, I guess that's how it played out.
This is a real challenge for me. I'm a man, but I've got to play the perspective of at least 6 women in this game. It was 7 till one shot her own head off. But I've got to have I got to try to have somehow the perspective of 7 women, and it's very difficult. It's very tough. It's not.
You live in a house with 3 of them. Ask questions.
I don't want to ask these questions. Definitely don't want to be asking these questions. So that's what I really liked, was playing the Bowkeepers, getting in there, and playing Mother Winterfang, because I think she plays an important part in the Chronicle as a mentor. She doesn't want to be your leader. She just wants to help, and she's kind of getting pooped on
By them.
by them.
I told them what they wanted to hear, but I also was pretty aggressive with them when they asked me. I was like, "No, hold on. She brought us here. She allowed you guys to enter here."
My favorite scene was the showdown between Elwyn Bell and Orion Long. I was happy to get to use 3 turns of social combat, 3 and out. It completely different outcome than what was expected. I really liked it. Morgan says, "My favorite is Toasty. They're able to express so much in silence." He is. He really is.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it impacts Orion too, because normally, can you fuck up? Normally, his situation is just all-out strength, whereas I'm kind of having a battle of wits with somebody who's got stacked stats against me.
Sorry.
But the hilarious thing, if it had gone the other way, to physical combat, you would have been completely stacked against him. It was just
right, exactly. And I didn't want to go there.
I was afraid he was going to go there and I might die tonight. I was like, "Oh no, he's throwing down hands." And I was hoping my speech rallied the pack to "Please don't let him kill me. I don't need to leave, but don't let him kill me."
It was getting to the point where, again, I'd kind of had enough. It had reached it without it kind of just going back and forth endlessly. And had Pete not brought up Ashes and walked out, the next point would have been using my strength to kind of intimidate and break something.
I wanted to bring that up to Haggard because that is actually an example in social combat. When it breaks down to you just can't manipulate, you just crush a dumpster.
Yep.
It's just
Or you chuck a car.
you chuck a car or something as your intimidation. Now, what I want to see going forward, I've been working on something. I started working on it yesterday. Kind of had an idea for a while. We're going to do a flashback in season 2. We're going to do a flashback back to the Wild West. So I pulled out my Werewolf the Wild West book, and I'm writing a sub-chronicle for this chronicle where you will portray characters that I make for you in the Sacred Rite or as an actual flashback. It's probably only going to be a session, maybe 2 sessions, but it's going to be in the future as soon as I write it out. But it's something I'm kind of looking forward to because it's going to tie back to the current story. It has to. If it doesn't, it's pointless.
Right.
So it's going to pull back from the past to illuminate the future. That's the goal.
Now, I'm really looking forward to figuring out how you tie the Northeast into the Old West. But hey,
I'm not from there.
Those people who went west started somewhere.
I love Werewolf the Wild West. If any of you don't have the book and you get the opportunity to look at the art from it, it's so good.
It is
We're gonna use the same rules from this though, right? It's 5e rules.
No.
Yeah.
I'm actually rewriting because Werewolf the Wild West is legacy rules, so it's got tribes that don't even exist anymore, like the Uktena, the Wendigo, the Get Fenris, who are now the Cult of Fenris. I'm rewriting it, so some of you might be playing a Get a Fenris character who would not be playable now, or a Stargazer character who would not be playable now due to the way history has unfolded. So I'm writing this out. I'm going to write these characters for everybody. It's going to be under these rules, and I'm rewriting a lot of Werewolf the Wild West to make it work for 5th edition. And I'm pretty excited about it. So there will be some...
Sounds pretty neat.
Maybe there will be a Carmano cameo. There might.
Me in heap big trouble.
Yeah, no Chief Wampum because we're not getting canceled.
Can we have a Mongo wrestler?
are we the baddies?
Yes. That is one thing. You guys will be the baddies. You will be the baddies.
Tindy's already halfway there.
All right.
Yeah.
So for tonight, I'm going to give everyone 5 XP. Like I said, I'm not going to be throwing as much XP at you this chronicle, this season. So 5 XP, and I'm going to offer 1 XP to everybody. I just want to do one quick round and then out what your character learned tonight. You get 1 XP from it, and then we're going to wrap up. Tindy, what did you learn tonight?
I learned that all people smell bad.
Fair enough. All humans smell bad. Orion, what did Orion Long learn tonight?
I learned that Wolfborn are racist.
They truly are. You can have your 1 XP. It's Wildwood.
I learned that I guess I'm leadership material.
I think the pack just went default because they didn't want to elect anyone else, and you didn't say anything.
I learned tonight that I am default leadership material.
You are the lesser of 3 evils. 1 XP for you. I can't wait to hear what Nerdwire has to say.
I have nothing but positive things to say. Thank you. I learned say fewer words, maybe get message across better, because me, Tarzan, you, Jane's clear Shadowheart has a way with words. So and Orion didn't like it when I talked, and neither did Wildcord.
Toasty, what did Wildcord learn tonight?
Wildcord learned that there is a lot of drama around him that he was not previously aware of. The tension between Elwyn and Orion, he was totally oblivious to it until, the giant fight in front of him, and he's just like, I don't want either of you in charge of me. That's why he nominated the Song of Ashes to lead.
Got it. Excellent. Orin Dustwalker, Pete, repeat. What'd you learn?
I learned 2 wonderful things tonight. You can give a Wolfborn fresh food out of your pack, a nice warm place to sleep, and she still doesn't like you because you walk on 2 legs. And I also learned that apparently I have to pick the brain of somebody who doesn't even seem to like us to figure out more about the spirits instead of just trying to talk to spirits. I'm going to do that.
All right, everyone. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight. Does anyone have any idea where we should send this raid tonight? Because we got some people. So where should we go?
And Orin, it wasn't for nothing. I like you best.
I know
I
you
like
had
you
mentioned it
least.
before we actually started, but if people have shit going on, maybe as streamers, might be worth mentioning. I know you said something about Save and Raid. I know Nerdwire has shit going on,
Yes, you're right.
so on and so forth.
Tindy, do you want to give us a quick Save and Raid promo while I put my Save and Raid hat on? It's beautiful. Get your merch, folks.
Yes, you can go to saveandraid.org and find out about our event coming up here at the end of February. We've got upcoming events where we will be doing some surprise streams with save.org, which is the charity that we are raising money for. I'm obviously very ill prepared all of a sudden.
We're going to do an epic raid train playing through Diablo, I believe.
Diablo 1
Yeah.
and possibly 2. We have 40 people.
Like,
so.
yeah.
It depends on how well we work through the games. January 26th is when we're going to have our next team meeting. That doesn't involve any of you guys. That's me and
Thanks
a few
for that
other
info.
people. That's me and a few other people. But on that day, we will be streaming, playing, or talking with Save. And then on February 2nd, we are going to play the game Raft with the leader of Save.org. So come hang out with us.
And there's some interviews happening mid-February as well with Save.
Correct.
Save is going to be awesome, everybody. I'm going to be there. I've got my Save merch already. Get yours at saveandraid.com. It goes to a great cause. It's high quality merch. This hat is feels really good. It's a high quality hat. The stitching on the Save and Raid is really good. It's good merch. Get some. Definitely do it. Did anyone find anyone to raid? Because I didn't.
Your mom's mom
jeez.
from the Rad. We never get to raid him.
Yeah,
hang on.
playing XCOM Apocalypse. Come on.
Oh, we got to do it. Toasted needs that.
Yeah, let me get
I-
this channel
XCOM's a
real quick.
scam.
I never recommend raiding your mom.
Well, my mom's dead, so I make it dark before we leave, guys.
It's okay.
Well,
I've got a
well,
shovel.
in that case, it's better to raid your mom than my mom.
Exactly. All right. So,
My mom will fight back, and she's mean. So
all right. So I'm just waiting for your mom to load up so I can actually spell his name properly because it's a complicated one.
Well, my
Yeah.
mom smells like an old cigar, so good luck.
I'm honestly too afraid to raid Toasty's mom.
Oh, what just happened?
You typed in raid and then
Live.
copied live?
Why did I
Your
do
mom.
live?
It was in the title.
So dumb, Zed.
stop breaking stuff.
There you go. There you
All
go.
right, so we will be back Monday night for Vampire the Masquerade, starring retired 11 Bravo,
Yeah.
1810, and Keywork Savior. We're picking up from where we left off when my internet died, so it's going to be a great game, everybody.
It is actually. It's a great vampire. You guys should tune in. If anyone's
It
here,
really
it's
did
good
stop
shit.
at a horrible place. It was a bad cutoff.
It was a bad
Yeah.
cutoff.